Okay, good evening. Welcome to the Design Review Board meeting of February 9th, 2023. The Design Review Board meeting is now called to order. Please silence all cell phones at this time. The Design Review Board meeting is being broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable Channel 6, and on AT&T Uverse Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city's webpage at www.glendaleca.gov/live, on youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire devices using a free app called ScreenWeave and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. Meetings are also archived on the city's website for viewing anytime at www.glendaleca.gov/agendas. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current Design Review Board agendas are also available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects are posted online on the Planning Division's website. Please note that any appeal of a case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the Design Review Board decision date. The appeal application is also available online. In terms of a roll call, Board Member Lockeroff.
Present.
Board Member Kaskanian, I apologize.
Present.
Board Member Welch.
Present.
Board Member Simonian.
Present.
And Chair Chagayan.
Present.
Reports regarding posting of the agenda. The agenda for the February 9th, 2023 regular meeting of the Design Review Board was posted on the city's website on Thursday, February 2nd, 2023, and on the bulletin board outside City Hall on Monday, February 6th, 2023. Next on the agenda would be approval of the Design Review Board minutes, and these would be from January the 26th. Board members Simonian and Chagayan were absent that evening. So first of all, are there any comments on the meeting minutes? And if not, then is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes.
I have a motion by Board Member Lockeroff, a second by Board Member Welch. And in terms of a roll call, Board Member Lockeroff,
Yes.
Board Member Kaskanian,
Yes.
and Board Member Welch.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Thank you. Oral communications, this would be discussion limited to items not a part of this agenda. I have no speaker cards. Board member, or I should say, Chair Chagayan, yes, and congratulations again on your nomination. So
Thank you.
I don't believe you have any speaker cards for oral communications as well.
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Which brings us to board commission member comments. Are there any from the board? That being said,
I would like to just welcome our new chairman,
Yes.
Chair Chagayan.
Thank you. Thank you very
you.
much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And on to next item, under old business, we have one case and we have 3 cases under the new business. So I can either turn the meeting over to Chair Chagayan or to the case planner, Vista Azati, to make her presentation.
Let's turn it over to Vista, please.
Alrighty. Good evening and thank you. This is for the project site located at 1766 Cielito Drive. So this is the second time this project's being reviewed by the DRB. The board voted to return for redesign this project last May with 6 conditions. The current proposal has been revised based on those conditions, and the project description has been changed to reflect the reduction in the size of the house. So these are the 6 conditions from the last hearing. They were related to lowering the overall height, following the site topography, alternative siding for the garage, minimizing driveway width and hardscape, and reducing the overall mass and size of the project for neighborhood compatibility. There were also conditions to reduce the amount of lighting and a rock roof to be incorporated into the design. The project site itself is approximately 23,000 square feet. It's irregularly shaped. It has double frontage on Upper and Lower Cielito Drive, and it's located in the R1R single-family hillside zone. The site was originally developed in 1961 and currently features a one-story, 3,246 square foot single-family house with an attached two-car garage, a swimming pool, and an outdoor deck area at the rear. A historical evaluation was prepared for the property and is included as an attachment to the staff report. Staff has also received several comment letters since this project was first heard last May. A copy of all these comment letters are provided to you at the dais and were included as attachments to the staff report. The comment letters primarily focus on the fact that the property should be considered a historic resource based off the design, the association with the Bistain family, and the architect Robert L. Earl. The applicant's consultant, Kaplan Chen Kaplan, they also prepared a response to the comments about the historic status of the property. That supplemental document was included with the staff report as well. Staff has reviewed the information provided and determined that substantial evidence has not been provided that the property is eligible for listing as a historic resource. This slide illustrates just the existing conditions of the site. The existing house right now sits on a flat pad, and there's a steep slope down at the rear side near Lower Cielito. The current proposal is to construct a new two-story, 4,855 square foot house with an attached subterranean three-car garage. There's also a new outdoor deck and new pool area at the rear. To address the board's conditions, in the current version, the southerly portion of the house has been moved closer to the street, and I tried to illustrate that with the green line so you could visually see how close it is. The size of the house was reduced by 482 square feet. The cantilevers have also been minimized, and the deck does step down approximately 2 to 4 feet. The driveway width has also been reduced. Staff is still recommending that it be further reduced at the driveway apron entry just to reduce the amount of hardscape. And the remainder of the lot is ungraded open space that will be maintained. The landscape palette remains relatively the same. It's new drought-tolerant landscaping. There have been new water features incorporated into the design at the front yard. To address condition number 3, the subterranean three-car garage has been reoriented, so now it is parallel with the street and located underneath the house, whereas before it was perpendicular to the street and located under the deck area. It has reduced the amount of grading for the garage itself, but because of the driveway location and the necessary backups, the driveway is actually increasing the overall amount of grading necessary for the project. These just illustrate the original and proposed first floor plan to show the changes to the interior layout. Same for the second floor. So for the roof plan, this was to address condition number 6. The project has been redesigned to feature a rock roof. The treatment at the roof also includes cactus. This is a fairly unique feature. Questions of maintenance and access to the roof become a possible issue. Since it's so unique, staff is looking for direction from the board on this feature of the design. So condition number 1 was to lower the overall height of the building. The height remains at 32 feet. However, the building pad has been lowered 4 feet so as to reduce the visual impact of the mass from Cielito. Oh, sorry. So to address condition 4 about overall mass and size, again, they've reduced the square footage. They've used varied building forms to break up the mass that articulates the facades. The balconies and the changes in facade planes also help to break up the mass. This is just a comparison of the lighting plans. The lighting has been reduced based off the conditions. And I just wanted to provide some side-by-side comparisons from the original proposal to the current proposal. So these two are the front and rear facades, so facing upper Cielito and lower Cielito. And these are the side facades, one adjacent to a neighbor at 1780, and the one at the bottom kind of will illustrate the changes to the driveway area. The materials remain relatively the same, no changes with the exception of the new roof material. Staff is recommending approval with the one condition regarding driveway width and a consideration about the overall building height being reduced as to help minimize the massing. As it relates to public comments, staff has received a lot of comment letters. I've provided copies to all of you. The letters include people in favor and in opposition of the proposed project. This concludes my presentation. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Do any board members have questions for staff? Go ahead.
So I think for me, the elephant in the room is this whole environmental EIR CEQA issue. So I have some questions generally about this. So I know in many cases we've had where there's some kind of a environmental review, MND or something like that. It comes to us to approve that as part of the proposal, correct? Yes. Okay, but in this case, we don't have that, and that is because the staff has determined that it is exempt from CEQA?
Yes.
Okay. Does that, does our approval of the project imply that we are in concurrence with that, or is that just not even part of our purview in this?
No, if you disagree, if you find the property is historic and don't think a CEQA exemption is warranted, you can vote to deny the project, or you can vote possibly to remand it to HPC. But so, yeah, so
Okay.
it's within your purview to.
It is within our purview
Yeah.
to do that. Okay.
Staff is comfortable with our determination, but as you'll hear, there's opposition and a different viewpoint, and we're prepared to address that after, I think, more appropriately after you hear from the public, probably.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? No? Okay. Then I think we open it to the public hearing by inviting the applicant or the architect, Mr. Alajajian.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I am Aram Alajajian. I'm the project architect. The address is 320 Arden Avenue, City of Glendale. I want to be very short. First of all, I want to thank Vista. She made an excellent presentation. We addressed every single item that was a concern at the last meeting, which was somewhat about 8 or 9 months ago. If some of you remember, and some of you are new on this board, if you have any questions on that, I'll be happy to answer it. A couple of things I want to stress out. It was a major changes that we did. We reduced the square footage as it was directed to. We moved the building more parallel to the outer street, which reduces the impact to the east of it. So it opened up the area between the building and the property line a lot, and that helped us to shortcut the terraces. Reduction of the driveway width was one of the items that was mentioned in the report. I mean, one of the conditions to be looked at. So we reduced that. We eliminate most of the lighting in the driveway, so that would be more of a like in and out. We changed the garage direction there as it was recommended. In fact, placing a garage, I don't want to go back to that, but placing a garage at the basement, it helps this property geologically to support the property, because we do have seen some cracks in the building as well. Currently, the current building garage wall is a retaining wall as well, and it you know, there's a water intrusion, you know, coming into the garage, and it's not habitable the way it is right now. So freeing that, you know, we're setting back the building 20 feet from the front property line or from the street property line, and at 10 feet, which is currently about 4 to 5 feet right now, and at 10 feet from the northern property line. So the space between the two neighbors gets increased, you know, the upper neighbor and the lower, I mean, to this building. Lowering 4 feet was the key thing. So to lower it more, it means more excavation and all that. The one a point that Vista brought out for lowering more, it was on the one of the conditions that or one of the ideas is to lower floor-to-floor height. We are sitting into minimum height already, which is about 9-foot ceilings. You know, if I drop my air conditioning units, which, I mean, ducting and all of that, with the lighting, with the drop ceilings, we don't want to have a 7-foot ceilings inside the building or 6-foot ceilings. You know, it's going to be very, very low. So I choose, as an architect, to keep the height as much as possible, you know, like a standard height, not to lower anything below the standard. That could affect on the mechanical system coming in, because we're not placing anything on a rooftop. So it's all the mechanical equipment going to the side yard, and then also we're hanging from the lower level, you know, and the garage ceiling, some of them, you know. So that would not be visible at all. One interesting treatment that we did, and Vista has mentioned that, we changed the roof to the rack roof, which is very much, you know, visually it's very pleasant to see that. And the introduction of the cactus plants, which are called golden ball, it could be planted in pots. It comes in the pots anyway, so it will be surrounded by the rocks all around it. And it really, you know, it's drought tolerable. You know, it doesn't really need any watering. I have myself, you know, like maybe 30 or 40 of them, and I hardly water on those, and they survive pretty good. Well, it just needs probably once or twice a year for the maintenance purposes, a gardener to go up on the roof and just watch out for those. But it will be very pleasant for the neighbors when they're driving down the Cielito or from any point to look down and see more of a green roof with a landscape rather than seeing just a rack roof. So we're added that. If this board thinks that addition, you know, it's questionable, we're ready to remove it. I think it will aesthetically help the project. So those were the main changes, you know, on the project with the reduction and all that. So, you know, I'm open, and I want to reserve my time for answering or rebuttal for if there's any questions come up later on. And my team is here. Our counsel, Mr. Khan is here. We have Pam O'Connor from Copeland Associates, you know, they're, you know, historian, very credible person that can basically testify about the building being historic or not. And we have our soils engineer or geologist, Mr. Raymond Haddad, with us, if you have any questions for him too. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just in time. Okay, so do we now open to other speakers? So, Sose Babumian, the owner, do you choose to speak or? Not now, okay. And Raymond Haddad? You're good. Pam O'Connor? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Pam O'Connor, and I'm the Historic Preservation Consultant with Kaplan Shun Kaplan. I worked for the last little over 25 years in historic preservation as an architectural historian in Southern California. I worked for the city of Pasadena for a number of years and with Kaplan Shun Kaplan. I meet the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines for architectural historian. I also served for 3 years on my city's landmark commission in Santa Monica, and I also served for 24 years on my city Council in Santa Monica. And in those roles, over those 28 years, 24 and 27 years, I evaluated local nominations and voted to designate local landmarks. So I have experience on both sides of the aisle, so to speak. The property we're talking about, the existing building on Cielito, does not meet the Glendale Register criteria for designation as a historic resource. It's not associated with broad patterns of history. It didn't influence the development of the residential section of the city or the neighborhood that was already established. It did not have any influence on that. The building is not associated with historic persons. The Bistagni family, they're owners of long-tenured business here in Glendale, but there's no evidence that they achieved historic significance. The original folks who established the business were brothers, Tom and George Bistagni, who started in the 1940s. And George is credited for customizing a car, a 1938 car, and credited in the 1940s and was recognized for that. But there's no other documentation regarding the ongoing significance of either the brothers or the team in customizing cars. But they continued, they started the business. The business did body work, continued throughout the 50s, 60s on to today with other family members. But again, a long tenured business does not confer historic significance. So we're focused on the two brothers who established the business. The house was built in 1960s by one of the brothers, the brother Tom, and Tom is not the one who was credited with the customized car, the 1938 vehicle. And that was built in the early 60s, which is well over a decade from when they started the business and when he is credited with customizing cars. So then we talk about the family of Tom and Wanda Bistagni, who were active residents in Glendale, who participated in their community. They certainly made contributions, but there's no evidence that they were any more active or made contributions any different than other folks of their same similar business owners or their stature in the community. The architect, Robert Earl, started as an engineer, and he was an engineer when he worked on this building. He later became an architect. He had a full career. He worked for most of his work was done in the 70s and 80s, and that's less than 50 years from now. There are no studies or compilation of his work. There's no evidence that he's considered to be a master architect. So,
Sorry, your time is up. If you can just
okay.
wrap up your thoughts.
Sure. The building's been altered, and in conclusion, the building does not meet any of the City of Glendale criteria to qualify as a historic landmark. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Khan?
On rebuttal, please.
Okay. Ms. Catherine Yurka? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Yurka, and I'm here to ask you please to oppose demolition of the Bistain House. If you struggle with finding the property to be a historic resource, then I'm hoping that you will arrange to send it to the HPC for review. Obviously, I would have to recuse myself because I have, in essence, prejudged this case based on substantial evidence in the record. It's my expert opinion that the property is eligible for the Glendale Register based on its design significance, association with master architect Robert Earl, and association with the Bistains. Please remember the property need only be eligible under one of these three criteria to be considered a historic resource. My letter points out numerous errors and deficiencies in the paid consultant's evaluation and subsequent memo. It was literally the consultant's job to identify the connection with Robert Earl, which is right there on the permits. It was also her job to provide a substantive analysis of Earl's career and the property's relation to it, not a bunch of contextless bullet points. The evaluation and memo are poorly researched and rely on conclusory statements detached from facts. Francesca Smith's evaluation does the hard work of research and detailed fact-based analysis. The revised DPR addresses staff's objections, which are not substantial, but of the what about and more information please variety. Robert Earl is a recognized master architect. That is undisputed. The property on Cielito represents the curvilinear, mid-century modern ranch house style he helped develop and popularize. Architectural historian Stephen Price said of Earl's expressive, free-form homes, quote, his use of swoops, arcs, and circles were not only signature elements of their day, they've become prized features of the present as well. And this is perfectly embodied by the massive rounded rock wall at the front elevation, culminating in that extraordinary circular chimney. I and other historic preservation commissioners have commented that staff are too stingy in recognizing important local figures. Staff proves that Tom and George were pioneers in the California car craze, and the Bistain's work with the Verdugo Mental Health Center and other causes, which led them to be memorialized as full-sized secular saints in stained glass at All Family Church, cannot just be written off with claims that lots of rich people donate money. I was put on the HPC because I'm an advocate for historic preservation, full stop. But I don't have time to waste on properties I don't think are historic, nor does Francesca Smith. This property is worth our time because it is special and it is historic. Please don't allow it to be demolished without CEQA review and consideration of alternatives to demolition, including additions that would mitigate the environmental impacts. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Marina Garagosian. Welcome.
I am one of the neighbors. And
Can you
okay. State your name for the record, please. Marine Garagosian. I live at 1785 Cielito Drive, like in front of the building, and I know the project has been adjusted and changed, but I'm here to state that it is still like changing lots of my view from my bedroom, from my kitchen, and so I'm here just to state that I am opposite of this project. Sorry. This is it.
Thank you. That was all the speaker cards. Do we have anyone on the phone?
Phone system actually at least shut down, so I need to
Oh.
reboot it. So one moment,
Okay.
please. Yes, we have a number of callers.
Okay.
The first caller, Christopher Sagarian. Christopher Sagarian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, my name is Christopher. I've lived at 1770 Cielito Drive for all of my life. I've looked at the drawings prepared by the owner of 1766. They show two-story, 4,855 square feet, modern design, single-family residence. I took the time to look at the square footages of the houses in the immediate vicinity of this project, nearby it. And for example, 1750 Cielito is 2,423 square feet, which is 2,432 square feet less than this project. Another similar one, 1771 Cielito, is 2,140 square feet, which is 2,715 square feet less than this project. These existing structures that are right next door to it are immediately dwarfed by how big this project is. It's obvious that this project is not compatible with the houses nearby. Please do not destroy a neighborhood by allowing such incompatibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, John Schwab Sims. John Schwab Sims, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hello, DRB members. This is John Schwab Sims, president of the Glendale Historical Society. On January 10th, TGHS sent this body a letter asking that proposed development at 1766 Cielito either be rejected or postponed. This was due to late-breaking information that Robert Earl may have been the architect. due to this new information that city planning staff wasn't aware of when they made their initial determination of historic status, was asked that a full historical review be made before moving forward. We read in short subsequent review made by the city staff and have deep concerns. First, with all due respect, it wasn't a historic review. Staff acknowledged that Robert Earl was the architect, but simply noted that this information is, quote, interesting, but no context is provided through which Earl's career and the design of 1766 Violetto can be considered. One would expect that when it's determined that a prominent credentialed architect that is noted as a master in the city of Beverly Hills, some effort would be made by planning staff to more fully vet the architect and the property. The task by city staff of simply relying on submitted comments for their historic review, even due to possible staffing bandwidth issues, is problematic. The additional information provided by Francesca Smith in her amended DPR is what TGHS would have expected the city to have found and made an independent, credible determination of the historic status of the property. With all of the public concerns surrounding demolition of 1766 Violetto, even if it is not common practice for staff to go the extra mile, this would have been one of those times to do it. Since there is a valid disagreement between qualified architectural historians regarding whether this property qualifies as a historic resource, the proper process is to request an EIR. In the past, DRB has deferred to staff regarding CEQA questions. TGHS asked you to respectively not do that with 1766 Violetto. If you don't feel comfortable declaring the property historic, I urge you to vote to continue the project with a recommendation to Bradley Calvert to send it to the Historic Preservation Commission as a potential historic resource. HPC will objectively review the property and a decision on its status will be made. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next caller, Jeffrey Joe. Jeffrey Joe, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, hi. My name is Jeffrey Joe, and I live at 1771 Cielito Drive, which is across the street from this proposed mansion to be built on Cielito. My house is only 2,140 square feet, and if this house across the street is being built, it would be more than twice as big as my home. And I have a big concern about destabilizing the hill. This is one of the main arteries up to the bigger homes up the street. And if you see recent news about recent construction and landslides, when you really build into a hillside, you better be sure that you're not going to cause problems and access road up to the houses above. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Joe?
Yes.
Are you done?
Yes.
All right, thank
Yes,
you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Silva Gasparian. Silva Gasparian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, hi. My name is Silva Gasparian. I reside on 1880 Cisco Drive. I am in opposition to the proposed new construction on 1766 Cisco Drive, and the fact that it's now lower in height and 500 square feet smaller does not change the reasons that I objected to it in the past. The design and the size of the proposed project is not consistent with the rest of the house on Cielito Drive, which are single-story, mid-century. All the houses are terraced in such a way that none of their streets are blocked. The street has a nice form and modest and neighborhood feel to it. Hence the reason why CNRs were implemented to keep the homes on a single level when the area was developed. Furthermore, it was mentioned that at the last DRB meeting about 1818 Cielito Drive being a partial two-story house. Let me clarify that that structure is at the end of a flag lot, tucked below street level and not visible at all when driving on Cielito Drive. Also, the CCNRs was amended at that time with majority of the neighborhood's approval to exclude only and only that lot from the CCNRs, one level requirement. So, and it is still 500 square feet smaller than this proposed project. Also, having to estimate such a large area site to accommodate subterranean parking is alarming and dangerous to the stability of the whole hillside, as mentioned earlier, and the other homes, especially with the torrential rains. I still believe that everybody is entitled to their dream house, but doing so, one should not interfere or reduce other people's home values or put their homes in danger. I have faith in Glendale Design Review Board. They will propose an alternative single-story design that will complement the neighborhood and please the owners of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeez. David Sagarian. David Sagarian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, good evening. My name is David Sagarian. I live at 1770 Cielito Drive. I see that the architect and the owner have ignored Glendale Municipal Code requirements for compatibility. They have ignored Glendale Municipal Code requirements for matching the character of the neighborhood. They have ignored the May 26 meeting requirements for minimum 15% reduction in size, among other items. And they're ignoring the CCNR, which this design review board shies away from, but they run with the land and therefore need to be implemented. Board member Minas in the May meeting specifically asked for a definition of compatibility. Ms. Simitaitis referred to the following on minute 34 on section 30.47.04D. It says that the design needs to match the character of the neighborhood. How can a two-story modern building match the character of a neighborhood that is single-family one-story level ranch? It needs to match is the design compatible with the neighborhood? It is not. It is a two-story structure. Does the design match the square footage of the neighborhood? It doesn't. It's almost twice the size of any other building in the neighborhood. It is your responsibility and your burden, DRB, to make sure that the design guidelines of the city and the municipal code and the CCNRs, and it's not the CCNRs, your meeting requirements are met by this architect and this owner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Francesca Smith. Francesca Smith, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thanks so much. Good evening. My name's Francesca Smith. I'm a qualified architectural historian, and I'm the person who evaluated this building. It was completed in 1961. I apologize. I sent a PowerPoint today. I tried to contact you. If you could stop my timing, please. Delia, do you not have that?
I do, and I will bring that up with just one moment.
Thanks so much. I apologize. So let me know when it's up.
Yes, it is up, and I'll start your time again.
Okay, thanks so much. So the Wanda and Tom Bistang residence was completed in 1961. Next slide, please. It's hard to tell if it's been changed.
Actually,
Yes, it's on slide 2.
Thanks so
forgive
much.
me, there it is.
Significant. It's significant both for its association with the Bistangs, that's how they say their name, as well as a mid-century modern ranch-style residence designed by recognized master architect Robert L. Earl, who died in 2018. Robert L. Earl, for your information, was never a licensed engineer. That takes research to find out. Next slide, please.
Yes.
As a builder of celebrity houses, information on him is somewhat elusive, but he managed to establish himself as sort of a designer to the stars, worked internationally, was not licensed until 1986, which does not affect his quality of work or his reputation. He was very low profile. He received numerous awards, described on page 5. I can't quite tell if we're on the right slide, but there should be a photo on the right from Huntington Library.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, it's not showing up on my TV. The photo on the right is from Huntington Library. His work was featured in Architectural Digest at least 25 times in individual articles with photos between the 1950s and the early 2000s. Next slide, if you will. Sorry, it's hard to tell if you're keeping up or if I am. So in the book Truesdale Estates, Mid-Century Modern in Beverly Hills, at least 3 of his late and early 1960s designs are described in the text and in the lavish photographs. Part of what made Truesdale Estates over the top was its embodiment of what it felt like to be wealthy in an optimistic era. The master architect produced some phenomenally expressive homes there, and nowhere was this free-form kinetic experiment more evident than in their floor plans. He used swoops, arc circles, and signature elements of their day, and they have become prized features of the present as well. I think you all may have seen that one of his homes recently sold for $38 million. I see that there are 4, if I'm on the right slide.
Yes.
On the right slide, his own home, which he designed before and built before he was 30, is on the far left. The Bistang Residence number 2, which is like this house but different, designed for Mr. Bistang's brother, is next. Then one of the houses he designed in Ladera Heights. This was for the developer himself from 1959.
Sorry, Ms. Smith, if you can wrap up your comments. Sorry, your time is up.
Oh, thanks. Because of the slides, it's really hard to do this. Could I have another minute, Madam Chair?
Yes, sure.
Thanks. I'll talk fast. So if you can move to the next slide, please. Tom Bistang and his brother, and later with their own body shop, were really progenitors in the custom car and hot rod trends that deeply affected the development of Southern California's youth culture. I compared him to the records of his peers, the Barris brothers, Big Daddy Roth, and Von Dutch. None of them were exactly pillars of society. If you can go to the next slide, it should be the paintings on the wall of Holy Family Church. They're stylized, hand-painted full-size portraits flanking the altar. No other parishioners have ever received that high an honor. They made lifelong, lasting impressions in Glendale, including mental health and educational causes. They've been honored numerous times, and they really work toward making the future of Glendale and kids who are studying car body work help make that possible. Interior photos are next. If you can change it.
Okay, but your 1 minute is up. If you could wrap it up on this last slide, please.
Thank you. Last slide. Can you go? I can't tell what
It's
slide
the
you're
interior
on.
pictures.
Okay, if you could go to the last slide, if you please. Oh, 30 seconds? Yeah.
30
Sorry.
seconds.
Yes, this property is a historical resource considered part of the environment. This would demolish a historical resource, causing a significant effect on the environment. Please do not vote to approve this project because there's a huge CEQA problem for the city. Thanks very much. I'm available for questions if you care to.
Thank you. Any questions for? No.
Yep. Next caller, David, and this individual did not want to provide their last name, but David, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, my name is Dave Begian from 1785 Cielito Drive. I wanted to mention 2 things that previous callers have also said. One is the size of the property, which is double what is in the surrounding areas. I believe it should be reduced by at least 15%, as was stated in the previous meeting. Second would be the height of the property. The main thing for Cielito Drive, it's the view. It's the beautiful view of Glendale. And I believe putting the 2-story there is going to obstruct a lot of views, especially from 1785 and above as well. I wanted to see if it was possible to lower the height or maybe get some measurement of obstruction of views from each angle of properties. Maybe in a future meeting, those numbers can be provided. But I think it's really important for the obstruction of the views for my property and for everybody else in opposition. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Next caller, Vic Tuzgian. Vic Tuzgian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, good evening. I'm the owner of 1740 Ciolito. I don't want to go over the same points as what my neighbors and friends have gone through. The size of the property, our average property sizes in the neighborhood being around or less than 3,000 square feet. The fact that it's a two-story home, and the different style home, obviously. And I also wanted to point out that you can see that all the neighbors, majority of the neighbors, are kind of standing together in opposition of this home that's being proposed. I think that I want to give a different perspective because I'm an active investor in Glendale properties. I think what may have happened is when the owner purchased the home, they didn't realize that building a 3,000 or 3,500 square foot home isn't feasible financially to have the value of the home be what they want it to be once it's built. So therefore needing a higher square footage type home. I think that's why this size is being pushed now, because of the fact that once the home is built, if it's a smaller home, the value might not be where it's supposed to be versus what's being spent. So I just wanted to give that perspective.
Thank you. Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Talar Tahirian. Talar, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Talar Tajirian. I am the homeowner of 1751 Ciolito. I thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I find the historic information about this house interesting. However, my real concern is the environmental impact that this construction will have on our street in general. Even though I am a neighbor from across the street, I'm still very concerned for my other neighbors who are more adjacent to this house and what kind of impact it will have to actually excavate the property. And I just cannot imagine what kind of devastation this could cause to their homes and to the stability of our neighborhood. My other concern is the fact that I found that the neighbors, the new homeowners, I guess I'm concerned about their response to problems, because in the first letter that we received from them explaining, that they were moving into the neighborhood and they bought the house, at the end of their letter, it said, please contact us for questions, but there was no contact information. So as a neighbor, I found that interesting, that there was no phone number, no email, no other way to contact them except maybe, I guess, to write a letter and to put it on their property. So I hope that this project is reconsidered for those reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Sagarian. John Sagarian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Design Review Board. I'm the brother of David Sagarian, and I happen to be a civil structural engineer. Assuming that if you go through with the process, the existing retaining walls that are holding up the property to the north of the residence have existing foundation. Deepening them by 14 feet will require removing them entirely and rebuilding them, thus exposing the entire hillside, and in addition to creating an additional 1,000 or more cubic yards of material that needs to be hauled out by the mere fact that they attempted to drop the building 4 feet from the current existing proposed configuration. I heard all the previous speakers, and I would urge the alternative that will allow them to enjoy the same views and a larger home on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Shiraz Simonian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, good afternoon. I live at 1791 Cielito Drive, and I'm here today for really one reason, which is precedent. The decision you guys make today regarding this project will set a precedent for me and my neighbors who live on Cielito Drive. So we're asking you, the DRB, to do its job in ensuring it doesn't set negative precedent. This project is very clearly not in conformity with the remainder of the properties around the neighborhood. For one thing, the average house size in the area is 3,000, with the largest being 3,600, and they're trying to build a house close to 5,000 square feet. At the last meeting, you guys also recommended a minimum 15% reduction, yet they've only reduced the size by 9%. They're also building a two-story house with a subterranean garage, which none of the other houses in the neighborhood have, and for good reason. My neighbors and I have invested a great deal of our livelihoods into our properties in the area. New neighbors have come and respected not only the CC&Rs, but Glendale City municipality laws. So we're not here to prevent the homeowners from building their dream house. We're here because we're concerned about a decision that you will make that will negatively impact the neighbors and set back precedent. And so we hope that the DRB will do its job and deny this project as presented for a lack of conformity with the neighboring properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Stepan Casimian. Stepan, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen of the Design Review Board. Thank you for taking the call, and I apologize I couldn't be there in person. I've listened into the whole event. I'm neighbor of Shira and neighbor of the new owners. Welcome to the neighborhood, new owners of 1766. I'm 2 houses up from them, and we also, when we came to this street, fell in love with the neighborhood. It is a wonderful neighborhood. It has a lot of historical value. It is terraced in a certain, all the homes are terraced in a certain way that gives the landscape such beautiful, picturesque scenery. And we also remodeled our home. We stuck with the conformity of the rest of the neighborhood as much as possible. We were a single story. We remained a single story. There was a height limit. We remained under the height limit. We wanted to expand our property as well. We wanted to do a 2-story. We did not, because we did not want to upset the conformity of the neighborhood, because it was such a beautiful neighborhood. And we also, out of respect to our neighbors, wanted to keep this terraced view, a terraced look on the scenery. And we expect new neighbors to also respect the rest of the neighborhood. Shiraz said it already, a second story would set a precedent. If everybody did a second story, I think we would just become a mansionized neighborhood. And that's not what this historical piece of land is all about. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Nara Kattarian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you for taking my call. I've been hearing a lot of the people, talk about the historical value. I've been in Glendale pretty much my whole life, and I've seen a lot of historical properties. A lot of them are Spanish style, or they have a unique design to it. In this property, the 1766, I do not see any historical value. I've been there, I've seen it, and it's just a regular old house, just like everybody else's. So I do not see any kind of historical value. Thank you.
Thank you. Last caller, Jerry Kahoshorian. You're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Jerry Kahoshorian. I've been a resident for Glendale for quite some time now, and I keep hearing the word precedent being used. That was actually a point that I wanted to bring up. I believe the city would actually be setting an extremely dangerous precedent if they do, in fact, deny TD design. And the reason being is because Glendale is a city that's always developed. It's modernized, it's grown, it's expanded beyond, some of our wildest imaginations. And I believe if we, the precedent that we'd be setting is one that I don't believe as an investor, as a homeowner, would be the correct precedent. It would send the wrong message in my eyes to those like Mr. Merchant and their family who seek to make Glendale their home and want to bring in new designs, and that's not always a bad thing. So I believe that the precedent, in fact, is one where if it would be setting the wrong message to everybody, including myself, who, as an investor, as a homeowner, would love to continue to build this great city and develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Chagayan, there are no more callers. It would be time for a rebuttal.
Okay. And which one of our speakers would like to come up? Mr. Khan.
Thank you so much. Corin Khan, I'm an attorney, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants. I'd like to focus first on a couple of facts. I believe in the materials you have is a neighborhood key, which discusses the size of the lots and the property. And I'll just say that this is the biggest lot by far, and that the FAR for the proposed project will be smaller than 4 houses in this tract. So this is something you can verify for yourself. There are 2 others that are very close. The FAR will be 23. There's one at 21.8 and another one at 23.7. Point is that this is not oversized in light of the evidence you have in front of you. Now, there's a lot of talk about views, but you have seen the story poles. The house has been lowered since you first saw the story poles. And there's no view protection in either the CCRs, which doesn't matter, or in California law, or in Glendale. This house has done a lot to try to mitigate the visual impact on the neighborhood. It's done extraordinary amounts. And I'll just say that I think this board was very prudent to send it back with some suggestions which were followed by the architect. The architect has gone a long way to address the concerns that the board has raised. In addition to Ms. O'Connor's expert opinion, which is researched, which, by the way, I want to point out, she went back and researched a lot of material and submitted that to the board. We also submitted a letter by Peter Chesney. You should have it. And I've been asked to read some of his qualifications, just so it's clear that a dispute between architectural historians doesn't answer the question. Okay, the discretion about what to make of the historic aspect of this rests with you. So one expert has an opinion, another expert has an opinion. I'll say this, it has to be based on facts. Ms. O'Connor's research is based on facts. Anyway, Mr. Chesney, whose letter I submitted day before yesterday, has a PhD in history at Vassar College, 2008. He's the winner of the Norris Hundley Dissertation Prize, professional experience architectural resources group at Luskin School at UCLA. And at the bottom of his letter, he lists all the works he consulted in reviewing this project. And that's very important because historians can give you an opinion, but if they're not giving you the basis, the data upon which they're basing their opinion, then they're just giving you an opinion. An opinion that's not backed by facts is not a legally valid opinion. I'm sure the city attorney can confirm that for us. I did note that one of the persons who objected to the height, I believe, lives in a 2-story house. I don't quite know why they would resist a 2-story house when they live in one themselves. I think that pretty much I've addressed everything except that I trust this board to focus on the facts and the evidence and the issues before it, and not be swayed by emotion and by worries that are unfounded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would Mr. Haddad or Ms. Baboumian like to speak? Yes? Yep.
My name is Raymond Haddad.
Or are we not supposed to do that?
Well,
Sorry.
Typically, the rebuttal's at the very end. After
It's
all
one
the
time.
speakers have
One
spoken.
rebuttal.
Wait.
Okay.
So it's up to the board whether.
Apologies, I didn't know the
Oh,
rules.
that's quite all right. This is your first time. so
Last
please.
rebuttal,
Sure.
please.
Well, it's not so much a rebuttal, but yes, a public.
Could be. Thank you. My name is Raymond Haddad. I'm a geotechnical engineer. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I'm a licensed geotechnical. I have a master's degree in structural engineering. I'm a professor at Cal State Northridge teaching what I do. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Regarding the concern that the caller brought up about the stability of the site, I do see a concern as of now because we have a thick fill wedge that will be actually detrimental to the slope underneath and to the road underneath if it's not taken care of. And by adding the third level, which is the parking area, we are shaving most of this fill area. And it will improve and increase the stability of the lot, which will benefit the whole, basically, neighborhood and the street, probably. Any questions, any concerns I would like to address? We're good.
I don't think so, but thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we close the public hearing, right? Okay. And we open it to deliberation.
Mr. Guyan, I'm wondering if, I did have some questions about the historic. Chair Guyan, I did have some questions about the historic study, et cetera, that I was wondering if staff could maybe address. They had indicated earlier that they would maybe wait till the end to give a presentation or some thoughts. So I'd like to maybe start off with that prior to board member comments, if possible.
Yes, that would be great.
I put together a few slides to kind of illustrate some things that I don't think were adequately addressed in either of the historic reports that have been prepared for this. Reports on both sides of the issue. Before I go into the details, I'm going to be focusing on the TGHS report prepared by Francesca Smith. Under CEQA, this house, because it is not on the National Register, the California Register, or Glendale Register, or identified in any survey, becomes what's called a discretionary resource. And a discretionary resource is held to a standard that's different than those other designated or surveyed properties, and that standard is the substantial evidence standard. And so I have to push back a little on Mr. Schwab Sims. Staff did do a lot of research and work on this, and this is the time that we decided it would be most appropriate to kind of present this. In doing that research, I very much focus on, is there evidence? Is there history here? Is there meaning here? History is different. To be historic is different than to be historical. And I'm not sure if I've made this discrimination to the board, but something that's historic is meaningful in history. It's telling a story. It may have changed things. It has significance. Something that's historical is something that happened in the past, not necessarily anything that would have changed things. The burden on any person doing research on a property like this is to tell that story, to make us understand why this property should be treated differently than other properties, why this private property owner should be held to a standard that's going to have a big impact on their ability to develop the site, the whole process, the costs, the timeline. And I'm a preservationist, and I appreciate that there are times when it is completely appropriate to have property owners go through that process. But I think the bar has to be considerably high in order to make that happen. And that's why the focus on whether there's substantial evidence in the record is so important to me. So going through the report, we're looking at two of the potential designation criteria under the Glendale Register. Criterion 2 is the one that we call the people criterion. Is the property associated with a person or persons?
Forgive me, it's not on the screen, so.
Oh. It's on our screen. Okay, cool. Ah. Oh, that's fine. Ah, okay. I don't think we missed anything. Criterion 2 is an associate. Okay, thank you. Association with people who significantly contributed to the history of the nation, state, region, or city. We're talking about Tom Bastang and Wanda Bastang. In this case, I feel silly throwing dictionary definitions out, but I think it is useful sometimes to think, well, what does significant mean? It means that it means something. I believe there is absolutely no evidence that the Bastangs have any significance in the history of Glendale, in the meaning of that word, historic significance, historic meaning. The other criterion is what we call the architecture criterion, that the resource embodies the distinctive and exemplary characteristics of an architectural style, and I'll just skip to the other section that applies here, or represents a notable work of a master designer, builder, or architect whose genius influenced his or her profession. Taking that as a two-part kind of criterion, the word exemplary is used because to be listed on the Glendale Register, and especially when it's in a situation like this, where we're possibly, altering someone's plans for a property, we need to make sure that the resource that we're talking about, the house that we're looking at, is at a high level, at an exemplary specimen, not just distinctive and exemplary. Everyone who knows me knows I love modernism. I love cool modern houses, and I think this is a cool modern house. I have to take that emotional feel and kind of put that to the side and look at what I see when I really pull this house apart, and I can't make the finding with credible, in my judgment, that this is an exemplary example of either mid-century modern ranch, whatever we want to call it. It does have kind of a hybrid character. And then in terms of Robert Earl, my research did confirm without a doubt that he's the architect. The permit record in history was quite unclear, but the assessor's records cleared it up completely. Is Robert Earl a genius, or does he have architectural genius that influenced his or her profession? We know of a handful of houses that he designed during his early years. His early years are his interesting architecture years. His later years, which actually later decades, I'll show you some pictures, less the work of a master architect than someone who was making mega mansions for bazillionaires. So let's just go forward with a few other things. I also went to the National Park Service bulletin that talks about how do we apply the criteria for the National Register. We're not talking National Register here, but it gives a sense of what is looked for when we're looking at assessing significance for people. And if you look at the first box at the top, the persons associated with the property must be individually significant within a historic context. Property is not eligible if its only justification for significance is that it was owned or used by a person who is a member of an identifiable profession, class, or social or ethnic group. As I said, there is nothing in the evidence prepared by Francesca Smith that meets this kind of hurdle. It also talks about comparison to related properties. Each property associated with an important individual should be compared to other associated properties to identify those that best represent the person's historic contributions. The best representatives usually are properties associated with the person's adult or productive life. So the argument that Tom Bastang is significant in the culture of Southern California automobile history, the car culture, is scant. I have followed every thread of Francesca Smith's research, and there's very little out there. The Bastangs are mentioned in a number of websites, in a book by a car enthusiast. This is the only car that we have a picture of. One car is all we know of the work that they did for customizing cars. That is not substantial evidence of how they influenced Southern California car culture. And I agree with the report, there are other people who worked on cars who are significant, who have reams of material, even some of them have books written about them. George Barris, Ed Big Daddy Roth, several others, Von Dutch. So I think it's interesting, and this isn't the first time we've received a report like this, and I liken it to someone presenting us or finding in their research some beautifully colored silk threads, and they end up weaving it into a narrative tapestry that baffles me how you can take the threads of evidence and turn it into the story that is trying to be told. If the Bastangs or Tom Bastang are significant for their car work, well, there's a place still intact, and you can see historic photos and current photo. This building was not found significant by the South Glendale Historic Survey, but they didn't dig deep. They didn't look into the Bastang family's history in any way. If they had, I don't think they would have found this significant, because I don't think that history's there. But going back to that National Register guidance, this is the kind of place where that's where the car stuff happened. But that car that I just showed you wasn't even done here. That was done in someone else's shop by the two brothers, George being the lead on that, as far as I can tell from the materials I've read, rather than Tom, who we're looking at. There's also the discussion of Tom and Wanda's philanthropic work and charitable contributions and impact on the community. And in that issue, I agree with Pam O'Connor's report. That happens all the time. We have people nominating houses for the Glendale Register, and they're saying, oh, and I think it's significant for this ownership, or someone who lived here for a while. I believe Kathy Yerka said that staff is stingy in doling out recognition of individual people. I take issue with that a little bit. We have done it many times over the years, but when we do it, there's evidence presented to us. Often we have to ask for more research from applicants after an initial report comes in. And in many cases, the applicant is like, oh, the house is architecturally significant, so I've already met one criterion, I don't need to do two. Looking at the Bastang's charitable contributions, it was mentioned that here they are represented in the painted, they're shown here. Francesca Smith says that this is Tom Bastang. Originally, there was the idea that they were flanking the Virgin Mary, but obviously that's not true because this is a dude. But we're going to suppose that this is Wanda Bastang. And yeah, that's pretty cool to get a painting of yourself as an angel in your church. There's no denying that. It is not something that was uniquely bestowed to the Bastangs, and I think it's an omission of either an oversight or otherwise, that there are numerous other portrait figures painted on the walls of this church, most of them, instead of as angels, as saints. But I think we can say that these are not the typical portraits of saints that we see in religious art and iconography. These, I have to believe, I haven't done research, so there is a little speculation here, but just like the Bastangs, I have to believe these people probably were well-regarded members of the parish, perhaps people who donated money to the parish. I don't know if this is tied to that or not, but it's certainly not a unique honor bestowed to the Bastangs, and this is just a few examples. There were others in the church. Moving on to the architecture, again, going back to the National Register guidance. What are distinctive characteristics? They're the physical features or traits that commonly recur in individual types, periods, or methods of construction. be eligible, a property must clearly contain enough of those characteristics to be considered a true representative of a particular type, period, or style. I won't read everything, but who is a master? A master is a figure of generally recognized greatness. Generally recognized greatness. And I'm not saying that we couldn't learn about a new architect who we find to be someone of greatness who later becomes more generally regarded as word gets out about them. But we know very little about Robert Earl, and we can see very few of his built work. It's really hard to make an assessment that something is significant for the architect, as is being made by the TGHS letter, unless you do that analysis. And I've tried my best, and I do have some images to discuss both of these points about the house itself and then its relation to Earl's career. When we look at the front elevation, front facade and driveway, we already can see some alterations. If a property like this were going to the Historic Preservation Commission for the Glendale Register nomination, these would be problems. And unless there was also a Mills Act application through which they could be remedied, we grant you the Mills Act, but you have to perform this work to bring the house closer to its original appearance. These could be seen as deal breakers. The front door is especially problematic with the arched transom above. I'm sure that the front doors here would have been a modernist, probably slab pair of doors. The driveway is paved with kind of a pebble resin mixture. It was originally a concrete driveway. And this strange impact when you see a picture that I'll show in a second, because you see the same pebble texture all through the flat work at the house. It is a very different feel, color, texture than a traditional historic driveway or paving. So here's the historic photo from the Huntington that Kathy Yerka presented in her letter. And like I said, this is a cool house. There's a lot of stuff that I like about it. But you also see here's the original pool deck with a traditional coping around the pool of that era and regular kind of concrete paving that we would expect to see on a house from this time. Here's what it looks like today with this pebble cladding all the way on the curbs and planters. It's almost distracting to some degree to me. And it's an alteration that I think would be problematic for a historic designation for this house. The other thing is, as much as I appreciate the round rooms that are associated with this architect, and it's not just him, it was a thing that was happening at the time. We have at least one other house in Glendale that I know has a similar feature. But this combination that you see on the top left picture of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and then this kind of arched kind of bay, cool, I like it. But then we go to kind of the other facades. We have an inappropriate, non-original greenhouse window, and then on the bottom right picture, when we come to this side, and this part of the back facade is no less prominent or important to the design, this gets kind of, and even if you forget the air conditioner, you forget that, you know, it's not happened. There's another alteration, I'm sorry, there's a window that's been inserted into one of the larger windows, and we had a picture of it, and I couldn't find it for this show, but anyways, it's another, not a huge alteration, but these things accumulate with number. But this is kind of a schlumpy-looking facade compared to the full height. And when we think, what are the great mid-century modern houses with the sweeping views and the pool deck that you think are Hollywood stars or rich people's homes, usually that's the whole facade. Usually it's a consistent design all the way across. This, to me, is not the work of a master. This is the work of a builder working in a modern idiom, doing something quite nice, and I'm sure the owners loved it, and the interiors looked like they were fantastic. But the high bar that I think we have to look at this through in terms of exemplary specimen of its style, I don't think is being met here. There are two other Robert Earl houses identified in Glendale. This one is a contributor to the Nara Drive Historic District, though it's barely visible from the street, and it's a nice house also. It has some cool features. One thing, it has a vaguely rounded bay here, I believe. It's a little hard to tell, but I think that's rounded. It brings some of the flagstone around to the pool. That's another aspect of the primary house where you have the front facade with this great rock wall and totally excellent design with the kind of, I think it's a pseudo chimney there. I can't, it might be a real chimney, but I can't remember. But there's none of that material. You'd sort of expect that to start wrapping around or be found at other facades, perhaps. You don't see that here. This house has more of a full-blown, fully designed side pool deck, a little bit different. And this house is really interesting, and this is the George Bastang house, designed by Robert Earl for Tom's brother George. And if we're comparing apples and apples of Robert Earl's in Glendale, this house is much more intact. This house is, I think, a better design from the beginning, starting at the street where you have the stone planters, you have the stone light posts at the driveway, you have the stone columns at the entryway, you have the stone wall, and it's a little hard to see here, but there's a kind of a wedge-shaped wing wall that gives it a little kind of geometry and interest. When you come around, when you look at the front carefully, you see the original front doors. This is why I'm speculating that the Cielito house would have had double slab doors. And you have this very cool rounded room. That's one of Robert Earl's features. Like I said, it's not exclusive to him, but it is associated with his work. He did several houses in Truesdale Estates that have kind of these swoops and curves that were mentioned earlier. So I show this interior picture to also show this curved glass wall where the glass is all butt jointed, which gives a very different feeling than the curved walls that we see on the Tom Bastang house. So here's the pool deck facade, another round feature on this area with fully butt jointed glass, kind of rounding the curve. A pool house that also has the freeform shape and rock roof that you have on the main house. Both of the houses have that feature, the deep eaves. But here you see floor-to-ceiling glass and architectural detailing that covers the entire public part of the facade, the backyard for the guests. But similarly, it probably has very plain facades facing the hillside. It doesn't matter, ultimately, that this is a better house architecturally and has higher integrity. It doesn't mean that the Tom Bastang house couldn't be found to be historic. But if we're looking at the exemplary aspect of what our criteria require, I don't think it goes there. If we look at some of Earl's early work, and I forgot to put the date on this, I think this is late 50s. He worked for a developer named Homer Valentine who developed Ladera Heights and View Park neighborhoods. And here you see, again, a work in the round, a really excellent and kind of unique example of ranch house design. This is the same house, so it's got this expansive facade, highly intact, really of a different architectural caliber than the Tom Bastang house. Here's a picture of Robert Earl. I finally found one just today. And he's actually looking at the book that includes 3 of his houses, the book about Truesdale Estates that Francesca Smith mentioned. This is the house he designed for himself in 1963. So the house we're looking at is 1961. I don't think this house itself is all that. It's nice, you know, and I'm sure it's got, you know, amazing views. It's kind of a modernist box, probably not at the high end, high style that you would expect, but it's a really nice house. So we can say that here's something that I think shows what he was capable of, especially focusing on the pool deck and having the whole design be integrated. Here's a house he did in Truesdale, on Truesdale Place. Similar glass walls everywhere, a couple of curved bay features, the pond following the curve of the bay. Pretty interesting house here. So I'm not saying that Robert Earl is a talentless architect. He's definitely an architect of interest. I will say there's no way we can say he's a master architect. Beverly Hills has him on their master architect list because Beverly Hills does some weird stuff preservation-wise. He's on that list because he is an architect known to have worked in Beverly Hills. And he did good stuff in Truesdale, but we only know of a few. I mentioned that his later career was the mega mansions for the gazillionaire. Here are some examples of those. These are the houses that are in Architectural Digest. These are the houses that are winning Golden Nugget Awards. That the problem with the Smith report is those things are dropped. They're just listed, but they're not analyzed. Golden Nugget Award doesn't usually mean much. A listing in or placement in Architectural Digest does not mean you're important in architectural history. It's a very different kind of magazine. So here are just some examples that I found of some of these later works of Robert Earl. Totally nice if that's your thing. It's not my thing, but nothing wrong with that. This looks like some of the things we see being built in Glendale sometimes that meet not always with the greatest joy in the neighborhood. So that concludes what I wanted to share with you. And if you have any questions, I can talk more, but I doubt you want that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Do we have any questions? No? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we start our deliberation. Anybody want to kick us off? Mr. Welsh, maybe?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chair. So I'll just start and say for the record that generally speaking, I am not opposed to having second-story homes in neighborhoods that are predominantly one-story, as long as they're well designed and efforts have been done to integrate it into the neighborhood. And I think that modern designs are entirely appropriate, even in neighborhoods that seem that they are, more of a certain particular style. Again, I would like to see them being done in a sensitive way to blend them into the neighborhood. The concerns I have here are that, number one, I'm unsure about this whole environmental thing. I think we've seen issues with the city where we've made assumptions about what could be done from a CEQA exemption or a process that's, we're not expert. I'm not experts. I'm not an expert here. I'm not sure any of us would consider ourselves historical preservation experts. So it concerns me that we do have evidence that was presented. Admittedly, we can find fault with this, that, or the other thing, as people have found fault with the applicant's expert. So that's one of the things that concerns me is that we're being asked to opine on something that's, I'm not sure that we are actually expert sufficiently to do so. So from that perspective, I think that it would be actually a good idea to remand it to the Historic Preservation Commission. But setting that aside, speaking about those things that are within our purview, I will talk about the new design and the addressing of our prior conditions that were put forward. I do not think that you met the burden as far as I am concerned in terms of cutting back the scale and the size of the house. 15% was a minimum we talked about, and I don't think that you met that. I think that I respect the shrinking it down into the hillside a little bit so that it's less prominent, and I think that has helped, but I think it is still very, very prominent. I think that it is not in keeping. And one of the things that we have to do here on this board is we are empowered to enforce the city's ordinances. And, those ordinances include that things are compatible for size, scale, bulk, mass, minimizing the alteration of terrain. And again, in this case, we're doing a large amount of grading to provide a driveway, which is, to me, excessively long. I had hoped that we would see something, or a different interpretation for how the garage was dealt with. And so I think that the proposed design is still, to me, way too excessive. Too long of a driveway, too much grading for the purposes of serving a car. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that, the design is nice, but I think that the facade, especially on the second story where the master bathroom is, it's a pretty big, large slab of solid wall, which again just reinforces the massiveness. And I think that's, my preference again would have been to have that whole mass of where that master bathroom area is stepped back away from the edge of the house more, because I think that it's just part of what contributes to the overall massiveness of the feel of it. So that would be my advice on trying to get it amended in such a way that I think it would be compatible. So that's it.
Thank you. Board Member Lockeroff?
So I would agree. I think while I'm not a historical expert, we do hear all these conflicting opinions, and I've been really fortunate in my career. I've worked on a lot of mid-century modern restorations, and I do find a lot of value in this home, in the Bastante residence. And I think the rock roof, the curved glass, there are just so many elements that were laid out in the report by Francesca Smith, and even that it was, a notable architect, Robert Earl. I hear you in terms of like his later work not being as significant. I do think this particular home, in item 3 in that criteria, for me, it meets exemplary characteristics of an architectural style. I think that it has a lot of different unique elements with that rock roof, and I really have empathy for the applicant in this process, and I think that it would make sense for us to send it to the HPC so that they can make this determination as experts in the field. And in terms of if I do have to review the design itself, I agree with my colleague that it still is too massive. Unfortunately, it didn't come down in size nearly as much as I had hoped. Not even what we had recommended. And it did come down in height, which I appreciate. It did come forward, and it met certain criteria, but it really does, it's just unfortunately too large. I'm not opposed to 2 stories. That front view on the first page of the document, the 3D view of the design, for me, it appears like a billboard. It's just, it's too flat, and I really loved actually the original facade, where it was articulated more and it had wood. So I think if it was going to go back for redesign, that would be an element I'd like to see come back. And yeah, I think it just a much bigger, I was hoping for a more, even more significant reduction than what we had requested, just to show effort on the applicant's part. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could we ask staff to put up the comparison of the renderings from before and after?
Sure.
That would be great.
The view from the street, the front elevation?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Vista, slide 14. Sorry.
And so, Board Member Lockeroff, you're referring to the front facade kind of facing the street in the top right corner of our screens?
That's correct. Yeah, do you see, the original, it has a lot more character. It's articulated. It has more variety of materials that have more contrast. Whereas now, it really does appear like a billboard. If you, it's too flat, and it appears more massive because of that.
And Madam Chair, 2 more questions for staff. This may have been covered earlier, but the square footage was reduced from, is that on page 11 at the top of the staff report, from 5,337 square feet down to 4,855 square feet?
That is correct.
And were our original conditions to reduce it by 15%? I heard that number somewhere earlier.
The original condition was to reduce the overall mass and scale, and the language in the condition was such as a 15% reduction in the size, but it wasn't a prescriptive requirement saying it has to be 15%. It was offered as an example to achieve that.
I see. Can we get that comparison back? Is it possible to keep it up? Since I'm speaking, should I just go next?
Yes, of course, please go
Madam
ahead.
Chair? So I do remember this project quite vividly, and I remember it because I did something kind of unusual in that I sketched a plan and I emailed it, and staff was able to put it up. And so it's a bit more memorable as far as what our conditions were. And, you know, our discussion point was if you rotate the plan clockwise, and if you pin the plan at the top left and you kind of rotate it clockwise where it's closer to the street, it'll reduce the mass, it'll reduce the bulk, which has been done. The second comment was to rotate the driveway and to rotate the garage and reorient the driveway so it's better in line with topography. A, to provide a backup out of the garage, and B, to stabilize the hillside, and C, to minimize and reduce grading. And that has been done, albeit lowering the pad by 4 feet has increased the grading, but at the same time, it's what the geotechnical is telling us is that was a result of fill at the site. And so by removing the fill, lowering the pad 4 more feet, you're able to get rid of all the fill and sit on prominent bedrock, which is also ideal. In regards to some of the other changes, I do see that an effort was made, and I think it was a step in the right direction, and I do appreciate that. I am ready to hear the case this evening and to talk about design, talk about compatibility, talk about the design guidelines, talk about the previous plan, how the conditions have been addressed. And based on the evidence that was really provided by staff and you know, this huge package that was presented to us, the question is, you know, is there substantial evidence? And in the record that was presented to us, I'm not seeing the historic relevance, and it's not clear to me. There's not that substantial bar of evidence that needs to be met. I'm not seeing it. Now, I'm seeing a lot of fun facts, neat facts. I'm a car guy. Tomorrow, Saturday morning, I'm going to be at Cars and Coffee at the UA and then driving over to one of the clubs. My son comes with me. This is what I do. I love cars. And to have an opportunity to, you know, measure the significance of a car enthusiast, I think is welcome. I think it interests me. So I too took an interest in it, and I too would like to see the substantial evidence met, but I'm not seeing it. And so, you know, what's being said is the city's being stingy with its designation, but it's affecting people's lives. It's affecting this owner's ability to build. It's affecting their timeline. And I feel as though this could end up at city council, in which case both sides are going to do more historic studies. And so I rather move it along based on design conversations this evening and let the experts present whatever they're going to present at a later point in time about the significance of history, historical facts, etc. And so I do think that the project could be better improved by stepping back the master bedroom. And we make those kind of conditions all the time. I also think that the simple walkway that's connecting it from kind of, you know, the south side of the living room over to the east deck that has that sawtooth corner could be eliminated, and that retaining wall kind of continued to reduce the amount of decks visible from the street. And I do agree that, you know, the top left architectural style language as depicted for the street side seems to be more coherent. And we make those kind of conditions all the time. You know, we'll make a condition for a very, you know, talented architect to work with staff on it. And so I do think an effort was made to follow our conditions by rotating the garage. I do think that the driveway reorientation was successful. I do like the rock roof. That was something that was, advised, and the architect has done it. I do think that some sort of a ship ladder up there for maintenance would be a good thing. I do think that the two conditions I would impose would be, eliminating that corner deck at the southeast corner coming out of the lower level and having that retaining wall continue, and also stepping back the master bedroom as indicated, which will affect the street side facade. And I think we are here to talk about design, and I'm ready to do that, and I'm willing to do that, and I'm capable of doing that. In regards to everything else that's been raised, I see them as fun facts, neat, interesting. Are they substantial as a licensed architect? I'm not seeing that bar being met. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Simonian. Board Member Casimian?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. What I appreciate about the residents of Glendale is the passion that we all have for our city and our neighborhoods. Having everyone come here, we've been discussing this for the past 2 hours, close to 2 hours, I should say. Everyone had their viewpoints. And thank you, Jay, for bringing that presentation up. But I have read through all your comments and your concerns from our community members. And based off the report presented to us by staff, and that was provided to us by staff, I don't see evidence to consider this historic. I had the chance to visit the property multiple times, and while visiting, I also noticed the house right next door to it was remodeled and with a nice modern design. What I like about this new house is the use of materials and colors that were used throughout the project, which is a testament to the commitment of this modern style that has been proposed. This reinforces the overall look and feel for the house and makes it stand out in a positive way. I also appreciate the fact that they included a green space on the rooftop. It's very unique, and I think that's something that we should look into doing more in Glendale. In conclusion, the new house design showcases the commitment to modern design, the use of high quality materials, and the attention to detail that has been taken into every aspect of the design. I support this project and believe that the new house will be of value to Glendale and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I am not going to speak long, but I am also in agreement with most of my board members, or all of my board members, really. It's a little difficult for us to take on ownership of the historic aspect when we, in fact, are not experts ourselves. Presentations were made, and on both sides, it's sort of contradicting each other, so it's conflicting information. I myself also don't see the significance of the house as much as I do with the other examples that were presented in terms of the historic significance. And I have worked on historic preservation projects in the past, so I absolutely appreciate that and am all for it. As for the current design of the house and what we are here to review, I absolutely agree that the original proposed house was nicer. It was more articulated. The vocabulary was there, and I guess I don't understand why it changed so much when that wasn't really any of our comments previously. Lowering of the height, yes, you did it with the pad, but the overall height was still there, and then by bringing it forward, maybe it wouldn't have been as much of a mass if you kept the original style. I feel the changing it with the solid wall and that more boxy style really is making it even more bulky, I think, than what you had previously. I appreciate the rock roof, the garage, changes. I agree that the driveway maybe is still much, but I don't know how you can solve that without, the logistics of actually having to try and get down to that garage. The reduction of size, I think, was, important to us at the time, and as Vista pointed out, I guess we didn't really specify it had to be minimum 15%, but I do remember that being part of our concern at the time. So, I don't know. This one's a tough one. I think we're gonna open it up and see. We kind of are.
Yeah, can I ask really quick?
Yeah.
I know that you've mentioned also that you feel that we are not, it's not our qualification to make the determination on it if it's historic, even if I've worked on preservation projects, you have as well.
Yeah.
But I don't see any harm in referring this to the HBC so that they can make that determination. I guess I wouldn't to put that out to you all is, why.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
yes, let's throw it to staff in terms of that process in itself, because.
Yes, Chair Chagai and Design Review Board members. The Design Review Authority is in your hands. He is the Design Review Board. You can, and someone mentioned remanding it back to HPC. Remanding it means to send it back, as in that sometimes happens on appeal to City Council. The City Council will vote to remand it back to the Design Review Board, or to remand it back to the HPC, who ultimately had already rendered a determination decision. So in this case, it would not be remanding it back to HPC. You can continue the matter and ask for feedback from HPC, but they would not be making any decisions, nor would they be making a determination. They would just be providing the board feedback as to their expert opinion as the Historical Preservation Commission. They would then have to come back to you. So, and then you would take into account that decision. But again, if you have the option at this point in time, if you do not feel that it is an exemptable project and that it does not provide the substantial evidence to exempt this as a CEQA level, you can deny the project. That is one of your options. You have the ability to approve with conditions, return for redesign if you have issues with the actual design itself, or to actually deny the project. So there are options of whether or not, if you feel that it does qualify for an exemption, the substantial evidence has been made by in staff's presentation, then you can move forward and either approve with conditions, or return for redesign. If you do not feel the substantial evidence for an exemption has been made, you can then make a decision to either deny it outright, and if you so wish, you can request for HPC's feedback, but then they would be putting the project on their hearing agenda, and then also having their feedback brought back to you at a later date.
Which isn't necessarily, just to clarify, HPC's feedback is not something that would be enforced in terms of, it's just another level of consideration for us to take in, correct?
It would be advisory to the board, but because it's a CEQA-related decision, they would be weighing in on whether they believe there is substantial evidence in the record that the property is historic. If the city believes that's the case, it would be in the city's interest to not move forward with the design review approval and to take this through a higher level of CEQA review. That doesn't necessarily have to happen. The city could decide, as Mr. Simonian said, this is probably going to be appealed one way or the other whenever this happens. Sending it to HPC is going to prolong the process. That's not necessarily a bad thing if it gives you more confidence making a decision whether to approve. It sounds like you were on the verge of an approval, probably with conditions,
or
Not for me.
return for
Sorry.
redesign?
Just to
Okay.
be clear,
certainly would.
definitely not.
I was stepped,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
stepped beyond
Yeah.
my psychic powers there. But yeah, so HPC could give you more confidence on that.
Right.
And, and if this all happens, we'll talk to the city attorney's office and make sure that we give you the best possible advice. So, but not that we haven't already on this case, but.
Right.
Madam Chair, and this is more of an internal discussion that we're having at the
Right.
moment. I think, as I had pointed out earlier, and as Mr. Plant is agreeing, we're seeing this clearly, that this is going to be appealed by either party, no matter what happens. And I feel as though we'd be setting a very bad precedent by not fulfilling our duty as design review board members and talking about the design, whether in support or not, whether with conditions or not, whether in approval or not approval. But that is our duty, and that's what we're here for, and that's what we've spent 2 hours thinking and talking about. Either party could appeal this to City Council, where experts will weigh in on both sides. Both sides will get historic assessment reports done, possibly even an EIR, whatever the case may be, but they are going to itemize all those matters. And at the end of the day, when it goes to City Council, they are still going to be looking for design input. Was it compatible? Did it meet the design guidelines? Does it meet, our standards as far as design is concerned, in which case it would come back again. And so what this owner, and I'm not just talking about this owner specifically, a owner would have to deal with HPC, it coming back to us, it getting appealed, it going to City Council having it come back to us, etc. Let's just cut to the chase. Let's talk about design, whether we think this could be approved upon with conditions or not, and it sounds as though some aren't and some are for. I could put forward some conditions that I'm comfortable supporting. We have votes, we move forward, and if we don't, we don't. And we have 3 other cases this evening to talk about. But that is my take. I'm comfortable saying that if the second floor master bedroom is stepped back as a condition, 1. 2, that the original proposed design and the original architectural language as a second condition should be imposed as far as the street facade and as a continuation around, which would take away from the boxiness. 3, to stick to the 15% reduction of square footage. And a couple of other conditions that staff had suggested, which we could go into.
And just to clarify, I'm assuming this is true, 15% from the original proposal, not from the current?
Correct. So they're at 9%, another 6%. And I think by stepping back the bedroom, et cetera. And the last condition would be to trim the southern lower level deck on the south side of the living room to get rid of the sawtooth design so that we have more of a continuous retaining wall along the driveway. Those conditions, I think, would significantly alter this design. Currently, it is 4,855 feet. And so if it were to come down another 5-6%, let's say it's coming down another 200 feet, it'd be about a 4,500 square foot hop. That is not a mansion. It's a big home, but it's certainly something we've done in the past. And it's well designed by a good architect. And so those would be the conditions that I'd put forth, along with staff's condition of the driveway, that the width of the driveway entering the front setback reduced to minimize amount. And I would add that as the next condition. I would move forward with that condition as an approval for them to work with staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I would like to say that I agree that, we should evaluate the design, but I also think it's our responsibility to determine if this is exempt from CEQA or not. And in order to do that, it would, for me, be beneficial to hear from the Historic Preservation Committee, and I really feel strongly about that. I also do think that there's a substantial evidence that was presented to us, and so yeah, that's why I would like to have that so that we do our due diligence. I think it's really important. So, in terms of design, just for more specific recommendations to discuss that, because I think it's important to discuss both. I agree with, referencing the older design in terms of aesthetics. And on the first floor, if we could lower that height. So I think on the first floor, it actually was something like 12 or 11 feet. And so I think they could shrink that a bit. I think the size of the home, again, is gigantic. When we said 15% initially, I was thinking, oh gosh, that's not even enough. So I think that I would like to see a greater reduction in size. Is just pretty massive compared to the other sites in the surrounds, even considering the large size of the lot. And I think that those would be my recommendations for conditions. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to echo that. I largely, your comments, I from a pure design perspective, I do agree with. I also agree with Board Member Lockeroff that, the scale of the house is still though the rooms are very large, the program of the house could still be delivered at a much smaller size by just scaling down some of the rooms a little bit. So that's why, one of the reasons why I project is that it's excessively large. It doesn't have to be that large of a square footage. So I concur that, it should be, reduced down in size. Like I said, I thought that 15% was a minimum as well. It is still, right now, 30% larger than the largest home in the survey, so it's quite large. It will represent somewhat of a precedent for others coming later.
But it's a large lot. It's the largest lot in the survey as well.
It is, but it's also designed in such a way that it is very prominent, and that's, I think, my biggest objective. We've approved, designs that were larger than scale, but they were done in such a way that they really blended well. This is, like you said, a billboard. It's really prominent. So, I would want to definitely see that, again, from a purely design perspective. But going back to the CEQA thing, I agree with Board Member Lockeroff. I'm not an expert on this. I don't really want to take one side or the other because, again, we have heard expert testimony on both sides. The challenge for us is that we are the arbiters of fact here, and if we make a decision and exempt it from CEQA, then the house could just get ripped down, and that would be something that can't be undone. And so I think that's why, out of an abundance of caution, I would say, let's be sure. We've all been in situations where we're asked to opine on things that we're not necessarily experts, and I'd prefer to have some experts weigh in on this, frankly. So that was my perspective, and again, the last point is that I still think that the driveway and the grading done for the driveway is very excessive. I think that there's other ways that you could design a solution for parking of cars that does not involve that amount of paving and that amount of excavation. So that's my view. So thank you.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we're going to have any kind of a unanimous decision this year.
Right.
And we've been hearing this case for over 2 hours, and I feel as though I've gotten enough of a sense from this body of the general thoughts and ideas, and I'm sure it's going to be echoed and heard and studied by council. And so I'd like to move for approval with conditions, and those are the conditions that I stated, and I would like staff to repeat them just so they're clear, and then let's see if we have 3 votes, and that would be my suggestion here.
And before we do that, just so for clarity, the taking it back to the HPC cannot be something that is listed as a condition? No.
No, that would be a continuance, like Vilya said, and we will bring back information from HPC. We will ask HPC to vote, so you know what their thoughts are on this, and it'll be part of the staff report, obviously, that discussion, and should probably watch the hearing also.
But I guess part of my question is we couldn't do this concurrently, because it seems like there's two separate issues here, right? It's not, had this not been, for example, anybody come forward deeming they think this house is historic, we wouldn't be having this, right, conflict.
So are you suggesting like do a return for redesign and at the same time get the referral from HPC? Is that what you're saying?
Feedback? Is that not, is this a whole new process I'm
No,
generating?
if it was a return, Chair Chagayan, if it was a return for redesign, at that point in time, yes, you would be able to add that as a condition so that before it's brought back to the design review board, that you obtain feedback from the HPC, yes.
Yeah, I guess.
I just feel as though, Madam Chair, that this is going to keep on happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Many more
Right.
times. It's going to be a trend.
Yeah.
And we were, as city commissioners, put in this position as a chair, as a board, as a chair, as a board, to assess design, and that is our duty. And property owners have rights, and community members have rights. And if every time someone brings up fun facts that I wholeheartedly, or we wholeheartedly, don't think rise to the level of substantial, and then in that instance to say, well, since we're not sure it's substantial, we're gonna, send it back to the Historic Commission, then I think we're not filling our duties internally. That's let me finish, please. I understand we're on the different sides of the opinion here, but that's fine. And so I think the motion that I'm putting forward, and that's why I'm saying, please let me finish, is I'm trying to clarify motion, just so we're abundantly clear on what the motion is to approve the project with conditions for them to work with staff based on the conditions that I laid out, and which, by the way, were brought forward by board members Welsh and Mockroff, and so I'm trying to put holistically thoughts together as a conditions. Both sides have the ability, if it's approved, to appeal, to go to city council with a lot more historical research than that would be done at the HPC level. And I feel as though with the amount of workload is going through the city, it's going through staff, it's going through everything that's happening in our city, we need to be moving things along versus just analysis paralysis. And I don't feel as though I have any doubts in my mind that there's not been enough facts presented to meet the substantial level. Frankly, Mr. Platt's presentation had a lot more poignant, relevant, thought out, studies than what was presented in these 100 pages. And so I'm not putting my foot forward, haphazardly, and it's just coming straight from the bottom of my heart. And so that's my condition.
Just to add though, however, such a approval with conditions by the board would essentially render a decision by the board that the exemption is the correct determination in terms of CEQA.
And that's the key point that I'm making,
Exactly.
is that we're the finders of fact in terms of the CEQA exemption, and that's the thing that gives me pause here, because we have had expert testimony. So that's the only reason I am hesitant about this, because generally I totally agree with you. I would not want to see CEQA being used as a way to just stop every project. I think that happens far too frequently, and I'm not in favor of that. But in this particular case, we've had such an overwhelming, and by the way, point of order was about 400 pages, not just 100. It's just, something where, as a finder of fact here, it's difficult for me to make those findings based on the fact that we have such conflicting opinions, and that's my concern.
Understood, and there's just a level of comfort that we have based on our ability to assess information to see if it meets that, and everyone's different, and that's why there's 5 of us, and we're lucky to have 5 board members right now active, sitting here tonight, because we could have a majority, and we could let council members, and this very, very dais here, you know, listen to all that evidence. And I see what you're saying, and I think we just have differing opinions on it.
Just one point Mr. Welsh just made about the evidence or the expert testimony. I don't know if this means anything, but substantial evidence is different than the fair argument standard, which is where you have a dispute among experts. And the bar is pretty high in terms of what does substantial mean. In my experience, a lot of what you're asking HPC to review is kind of, to some degree, common sense stuff, particularly the aspect about Criterion 2, about the Bastang family. Is there enough meaning there or not? The architectural criterion, I'll admit, is a little more open to interpretation. And that's the one I struggled with more. But did come down, you know where I came down. But I do hope this board can feel empowered to make those kinds of judgments. If we're talking about architecture, well, that's what the design review board talks about every month. I do think you're capable of understanding, is this a good specimen? Is this a great specimen? Is this exemplary? Is it not exemplary? So I hope, and maybe it's going to be over time, but I do respect the board's judgment about both current proposals of architecture and historic architecture, which there's a lot of overlap when you're thinking about quality and meaning. So that's all.
And I do feel that the criteria 3 for me, that it meets that, the architecture specifically. I agree that perhaps the car history is, as you said, from facts. It really is fascinating. But I think that what's particularly fascinating is that these 2 brothers created these kind of twin houses with the same architect. I think there's a lot of value in that and in the designs that they had. So I think that's where I fall, is that it does have evidence for that criteria 3. And so that's where I'm disagreeing.
Right.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, see, I walk by the Parkway Drive home all the time. It's right above, you know, the Chevy Chase Country Club, where I go walking with the kids. And I didn't know that house was by this architect. I had no idea. But I always thought it was a neat house. And I love the rock roof. And I would say that is a good example, a much better example. This home has been altered substantially. And so there would have to be a Mills kind of condition placed. And they would have to agree to bring it back to its original state, which they don't want to do. It's falling apart. And so we're not starting out with a great example. We're not starting out with a good example. We're not even talking about a fair example in my mind. We're talking about a very altered example. And most of what they're assessing is that the Bastang brothers had a very significant role in the call culture of Southern California. Now, if the Bastang brothers were the first ones to drop a V8 in a 1930s Ford, I would say yes. You know, had they gone into and created the Porsche Outlaws, which are just amazing, I would have said yes. You know, had they been even remotely at that caliber where you name Hot Rods and the Bastang brothers' name pops up, I would say yes, but they didn't. They were body shop guys. And so that's like somebody coming up and saying the kebab guy around the corner, you know, that's been in business for 50 years, needs to be, that house needs to be historic because of its presence as a kebab restaurant guy. And I'm making an analogy about it because that's how ludicrous I think it is. And I'm sorry, but I'm being very upfront. We are making decisions here for people's lives. I mean, these things stay vacant for a long time, and people buy it, and it's their livelihood. And at some point, their kids grow up, and then they still don't have a house, and then we wonder why things are like this in Glendale. And so that is our duty, that is my duty, and that's my condition. Those are my conditions. I'd like to move the Madam Chair, the vote. And we'll see, if we have 3 votes, then we move on. And at least I'm gonna have a clear conscience, and I know everybody else here will as well. I could sense that everyone's gonna go home with a clear conscience.
Right. Yeah, let's, I guess,
But we have an open motion, so you need a second.
okay.
I second.
There is an open motion and there is a second. But do we want to read back the conditions? Or were we straight on that, or?
I think it would be beneficial in this case, because
Yes,
if there is an
there was a
appeal,
lot
we
of-
definitely would like to have conditions
Okay, so.
detailed by the board.
So I will read back Mr. Simonian's conditions, which did not incorporate some of the subsequent discussion
Right.
about further reduction in size and a couple of other things. So we have these, step back the master bedroom facade, which will help toward the square footage reduction. Bring back the original design concept rather than the one that was just proposed. Go back to the 15% reduction, starting from the initial proposed square footage, and then trim the deck at the south side of the house, getting rid of the sawtooth form and allowing for a continuous retaining wall along the driveway. So I only have 4 conditions that you.
Plus staff's condition. Staff had 1 condition.
Oh,
about-
right, yeah.
About the driveway, I believe.
Yeah, reduce the amount of
Reduce
paving
the
at the
driveway
driveway.
at the street.
And so that would be my motion to approve with those conditions. Without the need to go to HPC.
And then one consideration that the staff had. The consideration that the overall building height be reduced by reducing the floor to floor heights at the first and second floors.
That's fine as a consideration, because that actually might come in handy while they're working on stuff, but it's a consideration. So that's my motion.
Do we need to second again?
No.
All right, so Board Member Casimian,
Yes.
Board Member Lockreff,
No.
Board Member Simonian,
Yes.
Board Member Welch,
No.
and Chairperson Sagarian.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Do you mind if we take a 2-minute recess?
I do not mind. We're in agreement on that one.
Oh, how nice. Someone gave me a coaster. Was that you?
Okay, we are live back with the Design Review Board. Next up would be new business. We have 3 cases under new business. I can either turn this meeting back to Chair Sagarian or to Ms. Casey Conley for the presentation.
Ms. Casey Conley, please.
Is this on? I can never tell with these. Good evening, board members. Nice to be here, nice to present to you. I normally am with Historic Preservation Commission, so nice to see a new board. This is a presentation for the proposed project at 2727 Mira Vista Drive. The applicant is proposing a new 3-story single-family residence, 2,025 square feet, with a 452 square foot attached garage, totaling 2,477 square feet on a currently undeveloped lot. The property is in the R1R restricted residential zone, floor area District 2. Adjacent zones include the R1 low density residential, ROS residential open space, and SR special recreation. The lot is 8,620 square feet with an irregular shape that's downslope from Mira Vista Drive with approximately 95 feet of street frontage. There are 5 protected coastal live oaks on the lot, with 2 on the lot adjacent to the east. 2 protected city street trees are also in the public right-of-way. No protected trees are proposed for removal as during for the project. The applicant did submit an arborist report that was reviewed by the city's urban forestry department, and they did agree that none of these trees would be impacted by the construction. So as mentioned, the site is currently undeveloped, has a 43% current average slope. The proposed building will be 3 stories in height, with the highest point measuring at 35 feet. The building is set back 15 feet 4 inches from the front property line with a compact footprint, leaving minimal impact on the existing lot. 27 cubic yards of net grading is proposed for the site. With the retention of the existing coastal live oaks, minimal footprint of the building, and the addition of new drought-tolerant landscaping, the property exceeds its required landscape percentage, with the majority of the lot remaining as open, undeveloped space. The first floor of the building is pretty minimal. Access from Mira Vista Drive contains the entrance foyer and the attached garage. The second floor, the largest, contains the public living spaces, living room, dining room, kitchen. The living room does open up onto an uncovered balcony that overlooks the rear of the property. The balcony is considerable distance from any adjacent property lines, so shouldn't raise any privacy concerns. And then the third lowest floor contains the bedrooms and additional family rooms. Sections of the building show each floor plan and the height of the building as it relates to the street and the topography of the lot. The massing of the building is broken up with low-pitched roof forms, projecting volumes, and uncovered balconies. The residence does present as a 1-story from the street, and then the 2 lower levels are somewhat obscured from the east and west due to the deep slope of the lot and the topography. Because of these details, the massing and volume of the building feels appropriate to the surrounding area. The residence is designed in a contemporary style which is compatible with the modern designs of the surrounding residences. It's clad in a mixture of materials with natural finishes and colors, which make the design interesting but sympathetic to the natural site of the area. The elevations do somewhat vary for the proposed window designs, but the flush fixed casement and slider windows with no sills and no grids seem most appropriate for the contemporary style of design, and a condition is recommended to clarify these drawings for staff to review before final approval. Exterior cladding materials include smooth stucco, bless you, Trex cladding, Coronado stone. There is a metal seamed roof in slate gray, and then aluminum clad wood windows in bronze. And then there's metal and glass handrails and railings throughout the property incorporated as well. With this information, staff does recommend approval of the project with the recommendations shown here, which were also included in your staff report. Happy to answer any questions on the project. The applicant and architect are also here if you have questions for them. And thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Just one quick question. The renderings all show the roof color as a much darker color than you just showed on that material board. Which is the correct? Is it the darker color?
It's the lighter color, and that's slate gray.
It's the lighter color.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, can we ask staff to put up the rendering of the front
Yes.
street rendering? Yes, that one, I'd like to just keep it up.
For
to study
reference?
it. Yes,
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I had one. Maybe you know the answer to, or maybe it's the architect, but on sheet A9, there's sort of a diagram of what's being shown as roof overhangs, but they're red column-like drawings that I'm just a little confused
This
by.
is the story pole diagram, so this was just included in the...
Story poles.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, if there are no further questions for staff, we can, trying to remember what we're doing. Open the public hearing.
Yes, and we'd like to invite
Invite the applicant. Is it the owner, the architect? Who's going to speak? Architect. If you can please state your name.
Richard Dorian, I'm the architect of the project, and before I begin, I'd like to state for the record that the owner of this property has nothing to do with the auto industry, and the site is not a historic site. That being said, we have quite a large setback, which is not typical to the neighborhood because we didn't want to go through any kind of additional application to come closer to the street. So the garage is on the main level, entry from the street itself. And because it's a downslope lot, obviously the design follows the slope of the land, and we tried to match materials that were compatible to the neighborhood. I don't really have too much to say. I think the staff report was very indicative of, what we want to accomplish. And I also would like to compliment, we had a very rough time with previous staff member of this project, but it was a joy to work with her, and she was responsive to all of our questions and answers, and that was very refreshing.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for the architect?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the color, the roof color, because again, in these renderings here, it's a much darker color than it is in that material board that was presented. So which one is your preference here?
Probably the lighter color, with
and
the sun beating on our drawings, it probably made the color a little less obvious, but the lighter color.
The lighter color, okay.
Yeah, I would concur on that.
I have a question. It's really
Sure.
simple. Just the windows were mentioned. In terms of the window grid, there is one window that has a grid and the rest don't. What's your design intent there in terms of the windows?
Which window is that?
There is one window in that rendering to the far right that has a grid, and I don't know if that's intentional or if ultimately.
The window located. This one?
Oh, sorry.
Looks like it.
Oh, yeah, there are a couple. And there is one in the upper, larger image to the far right. Up, yeah. Okay.
So actually, the elevations on sheet A3, the front has a grid as well.
And that's where staff had said that they seem to vary, so we wanted to clarify.
I see.
There's no grids here.
I think to be consistent, there should be no grids. It might have been left over from just a drafting issue.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
You can make that a condition too.
Okay.
Just
Thank
to
you.
remind me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the architect?
Madam Chair, I have a very quick question.
Yes.
Your design with the driveway, is the under portion of the driveway open?
No.
In other words, is it like a bridge?
Not even a bridge, it'll be filled in.
So it has two stem walls on the side and it's filled in?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. I see. And as depicted in the top rendering, where we have on the right side, the stepping stucco, on the right side underneath the entrance, where it just shows as stucco, the white stucco, on the right side?
Yes.
Yep. What's behind that? Is that the concrete retaining wall?
Yes, that's a result of the downslope and the retaining wall you would need to hold the slope up.
Understood. And then, have you considered a board-formed concrete or kind of keeping that concrete in its natural state, so it'd be more of a modernist look and more in line with its design?
That could be a consideration. I think our approach was to just pour the concrete and have a stucco color applied afterwards to make it consistent, as opposed to, adding another element to the whole design. But
Understood.
It's not a big deal, really, either way.
And so at some point where it pops above grade and above the grade beam, have you considered like a block wall? If you don't want to go through the hassle of, pouring the finished concrete look, which I know is more labor intensive?
Well, if it's a block wall, you can't leave the block exposed unless it's, the decorative kind of block wall. But in
Correct.
general, I think we consulted with a contractor, and he thought on this job, poured concrete would be a lot easier.
Okay.
In the past, we've also worked with architects who would possibly bring that siding material down, especially if it's not natural wood, but could even out the look there.
Right. Well, I'll save my comments for deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ara Sukazian? Yeah, okay. And Mr. Coffey? Not unless needed, okay. Do we have any callers?
Have any callers? Allow me to double check. No, staff has confirmed that there are no callers.
No callers, okay. Then I think we can close the public hearing and move on to deliberations. Mr. Simonian, you can start us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The screen went blank. Oh, there it is, it's back. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for walking us through it. I think it's well designed as far as a hillside project is concerned. In fact, it's got some elements of originality to it. It's very different than some of the downslope properties that or designs we've seen, in that it's a bit more sculptural in its sense. It's really taking the shapes into consideration and making that the design language, which I appreciate, very much. I think it's done. It's cohesive, but at the same time, it's unique and it's creative and it's fun and it's modern. I feel as though a lot of thought process had gone into it. I would have two very simple thoughts. One would be more of a consistent window language. For example, in the front, as we're looking on the right window, the way that Muntin is depicted is somewhat odd, but I think those are things that could be cleaned up very easily. Some of the renderings, of course, don't quite match the elevations, but that could be cleaned up very easily. I also think that I would suggest either, board-formed concrete instead of that stucco at the bottom, or just continue the siding down. But that stepping stucco, I think, takes away from the design. In regards to the stem walls underneath the driveway, those could be block walls. There's no space behind it. In fact, it's a great storage opportunity for you to use that as a breezeway. I'm just getting a no from Vilya, so we'll strike that comment. But
Apologies, those stem walls are not permitted by code since they are in the street front setback, and so there would have to be an actual bridge. So you would have to engineer a bridge going from the street to the home.
which is what I thought it should be.
Yes.
Which is great, because if it is a bridge, you have an opportunity to put some, in any case, I think it'll be much lighter. You won't have as much mass on the side. And I would suggest an alternate kind of a, just continuing that wood siding further down. But in regards to the roof form, I think it's well thought out. In regards to the shape and the site plan planning, I think it's well thought out. And in regards to the materials, I think it's very nice materials. And I would not be opposed to the stone veneer also being in the front on the stucco portion. If you really want to keep kind of that shape without the siding going down, I think that is an option as well, because we're utilizing some of the existing language of the materials. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Lockeroff.
I agree very much so with it's a really fun design, and I think you've broken up the mass really nicely, and then the way that it playfully steps down the hill is great. I like the materials. I think the condition, I would be ready to approve this with conditions, and I agree with the condition of just being cohesive with the windows, as you mentioned. You're on board with that, and the designer's on board with that. And just, I would recommend no mullions specifically. I think it goes with the design better to not have them. And I agree with, in terms of that one portion of the facade, just to not have the step. And there are, as you mentioned, multiple ways to achieve that. And I'm happy with any of the ways mentioned, whether it's concrete, and also to take that window and not have the step in the window as well at that location. And I agree with staff's conditions. I thought, and that's it. Thank you.
Board Member Casimian.
Thank you. I concur with what my fellow board members also said, and I do agree with the window design as well. Overall, I think this house looks really great, and I think it's going to be a great fit in the community and the neighborhood. So I support this project with, of course, the conditions that staff had put to.
Thank you. And Board Member Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I generally concur. Personally, I didn't mind the little stepping down. I think it helped reinforce the fact that it was stepping down, because it is quite steep hillside. But I think you've done a very good job here. I think that it is in the right scale. I really appreciate that you worked around all of the trees, because it is a beautiful woodsy setting there, and I think the house fits in perfectly. I also like the sort of varied nature of the roof forms and the massing, and I think it's done very well. It really helps to create a wonderful sort of, like you said, whimsical kind of design, which I think is very appropriate. So I'm in favor, and I didn't, like I said, I didn't really mind the stepped window and the stepped form there. I thought it was actually interesting, but I don't feel that strongly about it. So,
and I feel the same way. I'm not as strong about it.
Yeah, consideration sounds like where we're headed with that.
Could I throw something out that I just thought? I don't think when I was looking at this that I was fully understanding the driveway. We worked with the applicant to reduce the size of the driveway, which was larger originally. I think there's an opportunity there to do a recessed planter bed between the driveway and the walkway, rather than the just mounted planters that are shown, at least in the rendering. And
The planters actually would have to be less than 18 inches anyway, to meet code.
They are proposed that on the plans, the renderings just show them larger.
Larger?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 And is the planter stucco clad? It kind of extends from that wall?
Correct. There are two planters broken up.
18 inches high, 2 feet wide to meet the driveway separation regulation.
Perfect.
Great. Okay, then I guess I'll wrap it up with just agreeing with my fellow board members. In fact, the 2 words I jotted down were fun and quirky. So it's, definitely not massive, not bulky. You did a good job of breaking it up and keeping the language together, and the materials are nice and they work well together. So I am in agreement to approve with the conditions stated.
And Madam Chair, do we want to add eliminating the side stem walls, so it's per code underneath the driveway, or is that something that's going to get taken care of during plan check?
Board Member Simonian, you're welcome to do so if you wish, but it would be a plan check correction, or they would not be able to go into plan check showing the stem walls.
I don't need to put it in. I think you heard it. You might as well remember
Address it, yeah.
Can we have a no just to make it interesting?
You're fun. We're here every other week, so you're welcome. Okay, so do we?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move it to approve with the conditions.
I'll second it.
I have a motion made by Board Member Welch and a second by Board Member Simonian in terms of a roll call. Board Member Lockeroff.
Yes.
Board Member Casimian.
Yes.
Board Member Simonian.
Yes.
Board Member Welch.
Do I give the no here now? No.
It's without precedence, so.
And I know this is after the fact, but just for my peace of mind, one new condition, consistent window language, which I think is close, or it is.
To what was already there, yeah.
So we'll modify that perhaps a little bit, and then a consideration regarding covering the stucco area, plus the staff comments.
Correct.
Correct.
Consideration, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Chair Chagayan.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry to,
It's
I didn't mean
okay.
to interrupt
It's
the vote. I thought it was done.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good night.
Oh,
North Columbus.
no, mind one moment, please, while members leave. Oh, and 1 second, we're having computer problems because it's frozen. There we go. So with that,
Sure.
Columbus?
Yeah, sure.
There you are.
Right? Oh,
Oh.
that's
Thanks,
why it was in front of me, huh?
We have our second item under new business, 1514 North Columbus Avenue. Mr. Roger Kiesel.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Design Review Board. The next item before you this evening is case number PDR 000418-2022. It's a review of a proposal to construct a new 2-story, 3,282 square foot single-family house with a detached 2-car garage. The residence is proposed on the east side of North Columbus Avenue on a 13,500 square foot lot. That lot is zoned R1 with an FAR District 1. The existing 1,534 square foot house and detached garage, both of which were built in 1932, have largely been demolished without a permit. Also, as part of the project, a new swimming pool and pool house is proposed. Let me quickly go through the PowerPoint and then continue with my presentation. Okay, this is the location map. Kenneth Road is a major street going in a sort of east-west direction. The subject site is just north of Kenneth Road on Columbus. This is an aerial view of the site. Columbus is, or the site is outlined in red. Columbus is to the left. This is sort of the current Google view of the property, and you can see it's mostly demolished at this point. And this was a Google view several years back. Site plan, front elevation, rear elevation, one of the side elevations, the other side elevation. There's a little bit of an error on this elevation, you can probably notice. The first floor plan, the front door is to the left, and the large outdoor covered patios to the right. The second floor plan, roof plan, landscape plan, the plans proposed, material board, and sort of the pool house rear yard area. Okay, so let me step back and let's go here first. Site planning of the project is generally acceptable. As I mentioned in the staff report, the street front setback and the detached garage are really consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. I did note that the site plan and the landscape plans are internally consistent, and I'll go over those with you now. Staff is suggesting some conditions. So if you notice on the site plan, between the house and the pool, there's a lawn area. And should have put these together, sorry. In the landscape plan, it's paved. They do need to incorporate landscaping between the pool and the house, so the site plan is more accurate in this case. One of staff's conditions is that the landscape plans be amended to include landscaping between the house and the pool. That's the first thing. The second is a reduced front walkway. This was, the landscape plans show the front walkway being wider. The site plan is narrower. That was a relatively recent change that the architect and I spoke about. The landscape plans just didn't reflect it. So that's a second change. The third change is on the landscape plans, and then sort of the upper front portion of the house, they have a little front enclosed courtyard with about, I want to say, a 4-foot high wall. That wall is in the setback, so that needs to go. On the site plan, which I will scroll back to, you can see it's not there. So those are the three changes that staff is requesting a condition to just amend the landscape plans. And then also related to that, we are recommending drought-tolerant planting be used in lieu of the proposed grass on the site plan. So the grass between the pool and the house should be a drought-tolerant planting. Like site planning, the mass and scale of the project is generally appropriate with one suggested condition. As examples of being consistent with the design guidelines, particularly the south side yard is varied. There's a sort of a dining courtyard. The front entrance, we believe, is prominent without being real monumental, and you can see that on the front elevation. And then finally, the sort of the very gentle slope of the roof is consistent with the sort of neo-Mediterranean design of the house. Staff is suggesting some alterations to the plan to reduce the massing of the proposed house. And those changes include stepping back the front, I should say the second floor, from the first floor on both the front and side elevations. And it might be best to, there is some step back now in the front elevation, but I think additional step back would mitigate, again, some of the massing, and that's one of our suggestions. You can see that here on the north elevation. The front of the house is on the right-hand side, and you can see there's a little step back. Staff believes that additional step back would benefit the overall design and the massing. Same thing, the south elevation, you can see there is a step back from the first to the second floor, but it's additional step back would improve the overall design, staff believes. So that's the first suggested change. The second one is increasing the size and/or number of windows on the side elevations. You can see here, and I'll flip to the north side, not a whole bunch of windows on these side elevations, and then many of the windows you do see are fairly small. So the south side and then north side, similar conditions. So staff is suggesting to increase the size and/or the number of windows on these elevations, on the two side elevations, to reduce the massing a little bit and also tie it in better with the rest of the house. And then the third suggested change to sort of reduce the overall massing is found on the north elevation. And you can see a little bump out on the first floor. That's where the proposed kitchen is. And it just is at a little bit of an awkward, awkward height. So we're suggesting refining that sort of bump out there to maybe lower it or, add a window or something right there. Is everybody clear where that is? Okay. So the design and detailing as well is generally appropriate with a couple conditions. The materials used are high quality. You have smooth stucco, there's a limestone sort of entry element, aluminum windows and doors are proposed, and then barrel tiling, which is appropriate for the style of the house, are all included in this design. There's also permeable paving in the driveway. Staff, as I mentioned before, is suggesting that along the side facades, the number and sizes of windows be increased just to help improve the overall massing and tie the house in better. And then finally, and I'm going to flip to the pool house area. While the style of the pool house is consistent with the proposed style of the residence, there just seems to be just a little bit top heavy. And so staff is suggesting as a condition of approval that the overall height of this structure be reduced. Yeah.
The same applies to the garage, I think, in the condition.
Thank you, Jay. Yes.
If I remember.
So staff is recommending approval of the project with the 4 conditions contained in the staff report, as well as one condition that when I was reviewing this yesterday, I realized we had sort of omitted. So that one condition is revise the window design on the side elevations to increase the number and/or size of windows. I think it was incorporated sort of into one of the existing conditions, but when I read it, I'm like, eh. So we would suggest adding that as a condition as well. So that concludes my presentation. If there's a slide you want to see again, I can go to it, or if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kiesel?
For the architect.
Right, okay.
What's the current setback on the second floor? Is there a setback or no, there isn't? You said there was a condition, you want it to be more setback?
Yeah, currently, the second floor on the front elevation does step back from the first floor. So there is a little bit of a step
Probably
back.
less
Staff
than
is-
3 feet.
I'm sorry?
It's like less than 3 feet?
Yeah,
it's a
it's
couple of
not,
feet.
it's not a whole bunch. Staff just believes that the design would be improved if that was a more significant step back. And I think I explained it more in this, in the staff report, but, whoops, what am I? Feel like, can you help me out?
Try again?
Can you,
No, it's
I think it's a
glitching.
lag, yeah.
oh, okay.
Try it again.
I'll
Did it not
just,
work?
oh, here we go.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah. So in the staff report, I explained it more. There's a large outdoor terrace that is adjacent to the primary bedroom suite. So there is opportunity to maybe adjust that second floor plan a little bit to get more of a step back in the front elevation and still have a pretty generous outdoor second floor terrace. So we saw
thought
that
it
as
could
an
be squeezed at the
opportunity.
front and also at the sides, given 750 square feet of bathroom accessible terrace.
All right.
So well put. Any other questions for Mr. Kiesel?
I have a simple question, and not necessarily regarding the design, but regarding the demolition that was illegally done. What are the repercussions for applicants that proceed with that? Are there fines, or I guess what?
There are no fines at this point.
Okay.
In this case, there was a project proposed a number of years ago, and I don't, it was probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and it was an addition to the existing house. I actually happened to work on it. That project was exempt from design review. That project started, it got a permit, started, and then it's my understanding they exceeded the scope of the work, and then for a period of time, and for a period of time there was no work on the site, and so there have been some back and forth with our building and safety division. It's currently in neighborhood services. One of the ways that they can, rectify this is by proposing a new house, and so that's what they're doing.
And aren't permit fees doubled, though, when there's illegal construction that happens and it has to be reversed?
Well,
We have very strong, relatively new policies for historic properties that are demolished without permit or significantly altered without permit. We don't have anything for the non-historic properties. And the board, I think just last year, saw a similar situation where someone demoed the whole house, left a kind of Potemkin facade of the front part of the house up, kind of hiding what was going on. And we're frustrated by that too, and at some point, hopefully, City Council will hear that the community's concerned about this, and because our biggest way to penalize people in the non-historic setting is to double their permit fees, and that's,
Double their
not a big-
application fees for
Yeah.
design review.
I think this is the second time I've seen a similar thing happen, and I was just in a year, and so I was just concerned that a trend, would, if there aren't repercussions put in place, and I don't know. I know we as a body probably can't do that, but
You can speak to your council
great.
members.
Yes.
the permits that were originally issued were issued before any work exceeding the permit was done, and so that permit was a normal fee. And I think in the interim of them getting the permit and at some point they exceeded the work, and so work stopped, and there were actually some concerns, I think, from the neighborhood that there is now nothing going on the site and it's abandoned. So it has a little bit of a history.
Thank you for that feedback. Doubling the school fee would hurt.
That is true.
Okay.
Okay, if there are no more questions for Mr. Kiesel, I think we can open the public hearing. Stephanie Herrick, welcome.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Harosh. I am the architect designer. We jumped into the project last year, so we were not too familiar with the previous process on the project. We actually heard today from Roger that the house was demolished without a legal permit, so my office was not aware of it. I don't have any further information on that since it happened today. Just to tell you a little bit about the project, it's a Mediterranean house with European influences and a little bit of a modern twist. I am myself a European, and I have a European background. So when the client approached me, we wanted to go ahead and create this unique house with a little bit of European influences and a modern twist. The house has been through one round of review, and we know that we were asked to reduce the mass and scale at the first round. We were also asked to create setbacks. We also moved the house further away from the property line in the front. Right now, the required front yard is 25. We provided 26 and 4 inches, and that's just at the porch. And then we articulated the facade even further back to be 30 feet away from the property line. We also did some cutouts on the side to create more of a human scale house, and also in response to the context and the neighbors. What we did also on the second round of correction, on the second iteration, we also moved if you don't mind the rendering.
Yeah. Really?
Yes.
So on the second floor, on the right side of the porch, we actually have a setback of the bedroom from what the line of those arches to the right. That bedroom on the top right is set back 4 feet, which is what you see with the lower roof line. That way, we also, balance out kind of like a perspective of a one-story volume coming in forward, and then the second story stepping more towards the back. On the left side, due to the size of the bedroom, it was very hard for us to set back more than 2 feet, which is what we have on the small balcony, because with the size of it and the location of the staircase, we were left with no closet. So, we tried to work out, this was the best that we could do. Eventually, if this is a condition that we have to conform with, then we will just remove the closet and do a built-in and reduce the size of the bedroom. I understand the concern also on the side elevation, lacking some openings. We can certainly add windows on either side of the range on the kitchen area. Reducing the height of it will be a little challenging, but we will try. It's the kitchen area, so it will create ceiling kind of like situations on the first floor. But this is something we can also explore. Again, for the palette of the house, we're using smooth stucco, a very subtle and neutral palette. The use of limestone, which is a neutral, natural stone for the porch area, and then every window will have a limestone molding all around it. We're also using nice shutters to kind of like give a hint of that European influence. It's a Mediterranean home with an European influence and also a modern twist because the floor plan is really modern. So we want to bind this together. And again, the little touch of darker elements kind of like gives the house a little character. And I think we were also exploring a lot of the houses in the street. There's a lot of different architectural styles and also different palettes of colors. So we try to gather around all this information and put it and showcase it in the elevations and the front rendering. So this is what it is. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question on the south facade. There is a stucco band that goes across.
That right there. Yeah.
It's a mistake. I think it's a volume that came up, but I apologize. That's a drafting mistake.
I see. So does that stucco, I guess, protrusion, does it basically end with the building lines, or is it just not exist at all?
It doesn't exist at all. I think it was probably the block wall around the property that got lifted, and we didn't hide it in the view. So that's a really a drafting issue.
It's defying gravity.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Sorry
a modern
about that.
twist.
It's the modern twist.
And in regards, one last just question. In regards to adding more windows to the north and south facades, I guess just looking at the floor plan, I don't see any issues with that. Do you have any thoughts on that as to reasoning not to be able to do that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, since all the bedrooms have very big bay windows on the front and on the rear, we didn't feel like it was needed to have long windows along the bed as well, because most of the natural light will come into these main windows. So it was more of like a privacy situation with the neighbors.
It's more for the lower level.
Right. So the kitchen, as I said, definitely on the either side of the ranch, we can definitely add windows there. And then we have a staircase there, so I will have to see how we can incorporate those windows there. But all of the windows are aligned. We try to have them all consistent in size and alignment because it's more appealing to the eye. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a question. Being a European designer, where actual functioning shutters are quite common, is there any intention to have these being actually functional shutters?
Those are purely decorative.
Okay, that's a shame.
Yes, I know, because it's very hard to find them here nicely and operable as well. So those will be purely decorative.
Okay, and as Mr. Kiesel pointed out, the size of that balcony on the second floor at the back is quite large. So do you have a reaction to his suggestion that it should be scaled back?
I mean, what we could do is definitely bring the railing back to have, and then have like a roofing or like maybe a low water plants, and then that way. The scale of the balcony, the walkable balcony will be smaller, but again, that was the vision of the client also, was to have a nice cooled patio outside of his house, which is why the balcony extruded that much, to have at least like those 12 feet of nice patio, covered patio.
Okay, thank you.
And regarding the landscape, we did get the revised landscaping plan today, but it was too late for me to share those with you. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Haroche? Sorry, I mispronounced your last name. Happens to me all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any callers?
Yes, we have two callers, actually. First caller, Francesca Smith. Francesca Smith, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Francesca Smith. I live in the neighborhood. You all might know I try to keep an eye on things like this. I sent photographs of the property that's been sitting there for almost 2 years now that was illegally demolished. There are weeds, there's lumber stacked up that was just trash. And according to neighborhood services, they really can't do anything, which makes absolutely no sense. I see that this is exempt from CEQA. The reason that neighborhood has a lot of different styles, it's called period revival. That street has mostly houses from the teens, the 20s, and maybe the 30s. It should be evaluated as a historic district and hasn't been. Perhaps you may have noticed I try to keep an eye on this sort of thing in the city of Glendale. I see that it's proposed to be Mediterranean style, but it's very, very symmetrical. It has this wild palette of blank white and it looks like black tile roof. So black and white palettes are really trendy and aren't going to last very long, and it doesn't really fit into that neighborhood. I think this neighborhood deserves better, and I'm curious as to what the city will do about this illegal demolition. Surprising to hear that the project team didn't know about it until today. Perhaps they've never heard of the phrase due diligence. This is really upsetting to me and my neighbors. And this property in the neighborhood has been done wrong, and it is within the Design Review Board's purview to not take a vote and to put this off until this is figured out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello, my name is Giuliano Prieto. Good evening to everyone on the Design Review Board.
And apologies, since I wasn't able to mention pronounce your name, would you mind stating your name for the record, please?
It's Giuliano Prieto.
Thank you.
And I live nearby, down Kenneth and up Cumberland, and I actually find that home stunning. It fits in my mind with some of the homes that are the offshoots of Kenneth Road, even up at the top of Pacific, above Kenneth. I think that the way to improve some of these areas is to definitely bring in some homes as beautiful as this one, that bring in a lot of the different styles and the different architecture that makes Glendale what it is, especially in the Brockmont district. There was a comment in regards to the the preserving and landmark homes and other such types of homes. And I just wanted to share just one thing. For those that love architecture, I'm part of the restoration for the Lavelle Health House right now. It's going under an entire restoration. That is the epitome of a landmark home. We are trying to get every last detail back to perfection. On the other hand, we have also worked in Angelino Heights, where we have those gorgeous Victorian homes. And the only way to be able to afford or to have a budget for some of these homes is to add some level of value. And that level of value has to be taken into consideration in order to preserve some of these homes and have a certain level of desire to purchase these homes and maintain them. On the home in Angelino Heights, just to give you an idea, while everything was preserved and period correct and the entire house it looks like the original, we added an entire floor to the downstairs from front to back, as well as an ADU and a pool. That was the only way that house was ever going to be restored and save it from being dilapidated. They needed the square footage to justify the level of restoration that they had. So I just want to share that with the Design Review Board as you guys adjust and figure out what is best for the city of Glendale. I want you guys to know that I can see it both ways, but we need to be careful with what is an absolute landmark home and what is a restoration. And sometimes these homes, they just don't make sense to do anything. And bringing in a home such as the one that was presented tonight at 1514 North Columbus, in my opinion, is an absolute pristine home that we would definitely welcome to our neighborhood, along with the values that it would bring. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, oh, there we are. Next caller, Rafi Jahanian. Rafi Jahanian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, good evening. So I just want to, I'm actually the neighbor adjacent to the house at 1514 North Columbus. And I look forward to welcoming our new neighbor. And it looks like it's a very beautiful designed home. So we're excited about the addition to the neighborhood. The only concern that I wanted to voice is that that second floor outdoor patio seems quite large. And I think it was labeled at 750 square feet, which is basically the size of an apartment. And so it's clearly a patio that's designed to be for congregational purposes as opposed to just kind of like just getting a breath of fresh air the way like a typical balcony would be. And it does present a little bit of a privacy concern with respect to the properties that are adjacent to it, particularly those that are oriented in the same direction as that house is. And so I just wanted the board to keep that in mind that it doesn't seem to be a typical patio, particularly on the second floor, that exists with respect to other properties in the neighborhood. It seems like more of the kind of patio that would exist on like an isolated or semi-isolated house on the hill or something. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention because while I understand the owner's desire for such a big patio, it does present privacy concerns to the adjacent homes. And that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, Jennifer Levine. Jennifer Levine, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to listen. So I'm at 1542. I live in the neighborhood, and we love our neighborhood. I'm also a member of the Glendale Historical Society, and historic preservation is really, really important to me. So when we saw that pink home just be demolished without any consideration for the effects it would have on our neighborhood and the footprint was really heartbreaking. It really was a home where I used to go and hang out in the backyard with a beautiful avocado tree that was just torn out, along with many other historic trees in the neighborhood. And then, it was just sort of like ever since they stopped it, all of a sudden, like, the sidewalk is filled with clutter. Nobody was keeping it clean. When we walk our dogs, we've actually had to, like, reach out to the other neighbors in the neighborhood to clean it up. And so I went on last night to look at the design, and I couldn't find it. And so I'm just asking if we can have some more time to look at the design and talk about it as a neighborhood, just because it seemed like those pages were blank last night in the document. And I know some of the initial concerns I got from some of my neighbors are that the house is too wide for the land and too far forward, too close to the street. A lot of the houses here are really set back with very big lots with big front yards, so it feels a little out of place in that capacity.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And apologies, it seems like there was a snafu with regards to the PDF being uploaded. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was in the big packet, the 700-page one. The pages that showed the design were all blank. I downloaded them. If you went to the HTML agenda, you could download them separately, and those were okay. But the big packets, they were all blank pages.
They were all blank pages. So,
Were there others in other cases, or just this one? Oh, yeah.
That is odd. So the packet itself, the HTML, if you went to the individual where it says staff report and the individual attachments,
Those were all
it
okay.
was posted,
Those
but
were
it
okay.
just it was the
big one.
the consolidated,
large.
compiled, full DRB packet that it was.
Correct.
It would be up to the board whether, the plans were uploaded, and that must have been just some sort of glitch in terms of the compiling. It would be up to the board whether or not you wish to continue the matter to allow for additional time, or if you feel that the packet, since the plans were uploaded properly.
I found them online.
So
and I
whether or not you wish
studied
to continue it.
Yeah, I was able to find them too. I just had to go to the individual agenda item.
Apologies.
I didn't realize anyone ever went to the packet, so.
Right, because there's so many pages.
Scary, yeah.
Pages.
How do you find stuff?
Thank you. Apologies. We'll have to double check and see that is. There are no other callers, by the way.
No other callers.
No other callers.
Okay.
Are there? I don't believe there were any other members of the audience who
No.
wished. No other speaker cards. So it's up to the applicant whether they wish to have a rebuttal for any of the.
Do you wish to come back for a rebuttal? Okay.
Just regarding the color palette being white, black and white, the proposed roof tile are dark brown, not black. Also, the limestone is not white, it's cream. The Venetian stucco is not white, it's dove gray, so we have a hint of color. This is not a black and white home. And the shutters will also be in wood. They will be painted to match the color of the roof. Yeah, so that's
great.
It's about the architecture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll close the public hearing and start deliberations. Board Member Lockeroff, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I guess I would start with thank you to the applicant and also to the staff for your presentations. Overall, I'd say I live not far from this area, and I see many houses that have very similar designs in terms of the black metal windows, and I do think it reflects some of the more historic homes in the neighborhood well, and I actually do appreciate the symmetry of it, because some of the homes in the area do have that symmetry, and I like the arches on the first floor. I agree a lot with staff's conditions overall. I do think more windows are needed on the side facades. I would like to see it step back just a little bit more on the upper levels, not significantly. I think the size is appropriate. I went by the area, and I think the size is appropriate to the neighboring homes. And it was nice to hear from the neighbors that they are excited. Then the last one, they didn't get to see the plans. But I think it's a nice design. I like the materials that were selected. Again, very frustrated that the demolition happened. But I do think that needs to be addressed in another court, so to speak. But I would like to approve this with conditions.
Okay. Board Member Casimian.
Thank you. Yeah, overall, I really like the design of the house, and I drive by this area all the time, so I think it's going to look really beautiful. Overall, I agree with the arches. I think it looks really nice, and it's going to bring a nice like Mediterranean twist in the area, so I really appreciate it, and I support this project.
Board Member Welsh.
Thank you. Yeah, I generally agree. I think that I support staff's conditions. The only sort of condition or adjustment I would say is that I'm not sure the whole second floor has to be pushed back. I think if it were just to be pushed back on one side, probably the right side as you're looking at the facade, maybe would be the more appropriate one to push back. So I think if you did that, I think that it would help a lot, and I don't think you need to push the whole second story back. To me, I like the design. I love how you've tried to evoke a more European feel, notwithstanding the shutters. But it's just a shame that the original house was destroyed, because it was such a beautiful little gem that it could have really been built upon and formed the bones of a new design that would have been very much in keeping with this. But alas, that opportunity is gone. Again, I think the north elevation in particular, with windows on the ground floor, especially if they were larger scale than those smaller ones on the second floor, would help. I think you could completely eliminate that bump out where the kitchen is. I think that there's plenty of room without that, and I think the design would be improved without that bump out there. I think it's like a tacked on thing that I think is unnecessary. So I agree with staff's condition on that. And this balcony and patio on the back, it's just, it's just way out of scale. So I'd love to see something done to change that or shrink it, cut it down, push some of the house into it or something, because it's just out of scale. It doesn't work right. I think the neighbors are raising some valid concerns, and so I would like to see that scaled down in some way. So those are my thoughts. But otherwise, I think it's nicely done.
Thank you, Board Member Welsh. Board Member Simonian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with most of my colleagues' comments. Overall, I think the simplicity of the Mediterranean style that you've depicted, but the overall quality of the materials are just really nice. It's not often that I'm drawn to Mediterranean homes. One of my least favorite styles. But I must say, this is just done in a really nice way. You know, you have a big entrance in the front, which we frown upon, but proportionally, it works. The way you've set back the second story works for me. The arches are very well designed, very proportional. The details underneath the gutters and you know, the gutter line is beautiful. It's just well thought out. In regards to staff's comments, conditions, I agree. I think adding some windows would certainly help. I also agree that the rear balcony could be reduced in size. Three thoughts come to mind. One is just simply putting like a 2 or 3 foot, you know, planter at its edge, whereby no one could really go up to the edge. They have to stand aside. Second option would be to actually maybe have some sort of a mansard roof at the edge with the planter built in. So the 750 square feet would maybe get reduced to much less, but at the same time would protect the patio below, which is what I think they're trying to achieve. Third option would be to really have a covered patio without, well, covered patio for the lower level, but not so much of as a balcony above. I think option 2 is something in the middle. It's a compromise where they're getting to keep their covered porch downstairs. At the same time, we don't have a 750-foot balcony up top. I think the architect will be able to work with staff on that. But overall, I thought it was a very good example of a Mediterranean home. I did not find the house too symmetrical. I thought it was well designed with a very nice material palette.
Thank you, Board Simonian. And I concur with my fellow board members. I think the design is lovely, and I too am not the biggest fan of Mediterranean style homes, but the fact that you have that modern twist to it, I think gives it a little something more that makes it more attractive. And I also concur that I am, you know, frustrated that homes are getting demolished illegally, which, as advised, we will speak to our council members and try to get that rectified and, you know, have penalties applied to so that citizens know that that's not okay to do. Completely agree with the conditions and especially the rear balcony. It's way excessive, and I like the board member Simonian's compromise. I'm open to, I don't know if we have to say exactly what needs to happen, but it definitely needs to get reduced. That's way oversized. And that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I think the solution of making more of it into roof form as opposed to patio form, and so restricting the size of a balcony into a smaller one near the bedroom entranceway, not so much so that the bathroom and the closet open onto it, but that's kind of unneeded, so I think that that's probably a good solution.
I like that idea as well. Maybe a consideration.
Well, I think something needs to be done to reduce the size of it as a condition, but how they do
Right,
it
but
is,
how
you
they
know,
do it.
more, something they can work with staff on, I think.
So in a sense, a possible motion would be staff's conditions, and in addition, in regards to the roof form is concerned, applicant to work with staff to dramatically reduce the size of the balcony at the rear by incorporating planters and roof forms in and around it.
That's fine.
And then
Sounds
the
good.
question then becomes I'm sorry, Madam Chair, go
No.
ahead.
No,
About the second floor, I'm okay with it as
stepping
is,
back.
but there were some thoughts as well, which we could certainly push it back on the right side, or.
I would be happy with the one side, as you mentioned, coming in just a bit. I think that would.
Can we see that front elevation again, the rendering, if you don't mind?
Billy, I think it's stuck again.
Oh,
You tried to.
okay.
Yeah, but yeah,
Again.
it's a second, but,
Now, yes.
Oh, there it
so
is.
that's the front elevation.
Yeah, so I think, my thinking was that just pushing that back a little bit, having a little bit more of the roof shingles showing there to create a little bit more of a visual separation there would help, you know. I think, because I didn't necessarily think that pushing the left side back was easily accomplished. I could appreciate the architect's view on that in terms of the scale of the room and what you'd lose, that it would be probably more easy to accomplish on the right side.
Is, what's shown on the left-hand side, is that an actual balcony, like a usable balcony? It's less than 2 feet? 2 feet?
If you had one more foot, it'd be really nice. I think. And
Oh, sorry, you can't speak from there. Sorry.
This is the, I can't speak without a mic. This is the second floor plan.
Yep.
So you can see the roof form of the second floor below the floor plan of the roof plan of the first floor is also shown on the second floor plan.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm okay with whatever you guys come up. I'm fine with
Same,
it, but
same here.
if someone feels strongly about it, I'm willing to
About the,
move along.
you want to settle?
Yeah, I think pushing it back a little bit would help the design. I think the amount of roof that's showing there is just insufficient, and I think you're going to have it set back enough that you see enough of the roof to show. You know?
Okay.
and I think working with staff on that,
Yeah.
for me,
Okay.
Recap?
Yes, please.
Please.
Okay, I'll work off of the staff conditions because those will end up getting a little bit modified. Condition 1 was about pushing back the second floor. We're going to revise that to just the right side, which could have the added benefit of shifting space back toward the balcony, which will help with the reduction, but possibly. So we'll talk about that in a second. You didn't I thought with the condition, I thought we had asked for side also some more setback, but it seems like you're okay with the sides the way they are? Okay. It sounds like rather than redesigning the kitchen bump out, you'd like to see that eliminated?
I think it's unnecessary myself, but.
Does it then
I'd be
flatten
okay
that
with
elevation?
eliminating it or putting in a window, but if you put in a window, the range in the sink would have to.
The new house, they can figure that out.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think the architect actually suggested 2 windows on either side of the range, because it's a range, I think, against that wall.
That could work too.
Mm-hmm.
right, and Roger, did the window condition,
The window,
the
the window condition is the one that
You
I
added.
initially had omitted that I,
right.
yeah.
It was
Okay, well,
mentioned in the report, but
I'm sorry?
it was mentioned in the report, but it just didn't get into the final.
transferred.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
What if we give them an option, eliminate it or put 2 windows on either side of the range?
Because if you eliminate this, it just becomes a,
Don't know how
worried
that-
it'll become too
I
massive.
think regardless, it needs windows.
Yes.
So,
So let's just eliminate it and put in a window.
Okay.
Sounds like
Or
that's,
two windows.
Add windows at kitchen.
some windows, yeah. Whether it's one or two, it doesn't really matter. But
One of our biggest issues, we left the condition that didn't appear a little bit vague. The small size of the windows wreaks havoc with the proportions on the side facades. So you want to add windows plus enlarge them to be more similar to the windows at the front? Is that?
you mean on the second level, right? Yeah.
Well, possibly at the first floor also in places.
Well, I wouldn't mind the smaller windows on the second floor if there were larger windows on the first floor that
Right.
relate to it. So, because that's in keeping with the Mediterranean style. So I would be okay with that as long as we had, some larger windows on the first floor that balanced them. But I also wouldn't object to them being larger on the second floor too. I think they are quite small.
What if we put in a condition that staff to work with applicant to come up with a more of a cohesive window language and design, which may include elimination of the kitchen pop-out, in addition to adding additional windows and resizing windows on the north and south facades.
Sounds perfect.
That way, there's enough flexibility for everyone to be creative.
Agreed.
I'm sorry, Jay, did you get that? Because I got a portion of it, but.
I've got develop a more cohesive window sizing and pattern at the north and south facades. And eliminate the kitchen bump out,
Or, yeah.
particularly to add windows in that location. But we'll see windows in
Or-
lots of
or
other.
with the use of the window proportions, you may not need it. But we'll leave that up to staff to work with.
The bump out elimination?
Right.
Okay, so if that stays, there's consensus. So we will, it's more complicated than I thought. Okay, so I think that's clear. We'll have a condition for the rear balcony to reduce the size of the balcony by incorporating a mansard roof that surrounds whatever's left of it after we push back the second floor, and incorporating a planter along the edge between the balcony and where the roof comes down. And you're okay with the side setbacks, I think. That is everything
There were
that I've.
There was a reduction also, sorry, reduction in the height of the garage and pool house. Is that something you all are interested in?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounded,
So that, we keep that. And then we also had the landscape condition. Y'all are fine with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the consideration, we will turn into a revised condition, so. Right, yeah.
Great. Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the project with the stated conditions.
I'll second that.
Either way. Okay, a motion was made to approve the project with conditions. This will be a roll call. Mr. Simonian,
Yes?
Ms. Lockroff,
Yes.
Mr. Casimian,
Yes.
Mr. Welsh,
Yes.
and Ms. Chagayan.
Yes.
Great.
There was a second, right?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. All right, motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, is the air on? It just feels as the
It goes
air-
off at some point.
Yeah.
And can we change?
Oh,
can we
that
have
would be
control?
wonderful.
Oh, they put a new,
Okay, so apologies. I am going to have to excuse myself for the last case. So do we ask to a pro tem chair?
We would need our chair pro tem, so is there a nomination?
I nominate Board Member Lockeroff to be the Chair Pro Tem.
Second?
Second.
ladies' night at DRB.
Thank you. Apologies. Thank you.
If you don't mind, just 1 second. 'cause I'm-
Did they change that, or we used to not have control in our building? Do you want to recess? We don't need to recess. Are we embarrassing ourselves? Okay. People are listening to us, so be.
All right. Okay. And not one, but two. So, we're not on a official recess. Wait just 1 second. No, firm, yes, you're welcome to.
Okay. All right, then we'll proceed. I would love to hear from you, Mr. Joe.
Mrs. Emetitis, would you mind starting my PowerPoint, please? Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair Pro Tem and members of the board. The next item before you is located at 1650 Hasbeth Lane. On a very high level, the summary of this request is to construct an approximately 3,200 square foot, two-story single-family residence and a detached 997 square foot, three-car garage. The project also includes an approximately 140 linear foot tram with a 3.5 by 5 foot metal passenger basket. The project proposes approximately 6,700 cubic yards of grading, which approximately 3,500 cubic yards will be cut, and approximately 2,700 cubic yards will be fill, and then approximately 500 cubic yards will be exported off-site.
I'm sorry, Mr. Joe, can you repeat that last portion, the cut fill?
Sure,
and
sure.
export?
I can give you exact figures. I just didn't want to.
No, that's
leave it
fine.
on.
Just rough figures was okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What I mentioned before was approximately 6,700 cubic yards of grading, and for which it would be approximately 3,500 cubic yards will be cut, approximately 27 cubic yards will be fill, and then 500 cubic yards will be export.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to project location, on the screen is the location map. The project is generally located in the Brockmont neighborhood. It's located at the terminus of Hasbeth. It's a sizable lot. It's 6.61 acres. It is zoned as well as surrounded by other R1R zoned parcels. This is an aerial of the project site, and highlighted in yellow is the site, which is, you can see, it's vacant and consists of wild shrubs and ground cover. Vehicular access and pedestrian ingress/egress onto the property is provided by a 15-foot wide common paved access roads, which is across these separate parcels addressed as 1653 and 1656 Hasbeth Road, which is generally outlined. I know it's a little bit smaller on here in that red and white stripes you can see along that stem. The portion of the easement currently extends onto the subject property, as you can see on the photo board in red, which is at the top right corner. I know it's a little bit harder to see, but you can see how that driveway extends onto the property, and then onto the blue border on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen here. You can see the photo of the easement going onto the subject property, and generally where that cone is where the property line ends, and where that easement goes on to the subject property. Just to give a little bit of background on the topography, the site's topography is generally upsloping from Hasbeth and has approximately average current slope of 66%. It has a changing topography with a knoll, a saddle, a valley, and once again, it upslopes in most directions. I mean, you can see it has a valley and it goes in different directions there. And this is a Google aerial oriented in a westward direction, demonstrating the knoll and the saddle, which we will be talking about the site planning and the rest of the project later on. And here we are, going to site planning. Once again, the project will construct a 3,200 square foot, two-story single-family residence and a 997 square foot detached garage, a driveway with a hammerhead turn for the fire department, and approximately a 140 linear foot tram with that 3.5 by 5 foot metal passenger basket. And in terms of site planning, the project's building and structures at their closest distance to the adjacent properties will be set back 90 feet, 84 feet, 188 feet, 203 feet from the southern, eastern, northwestern, and western property lines, respectively. And they do comply with the underlying zone setbacks. This is a contour map of the property, and this is the cut and fill map, which is overlaid to demonstrate the colors, locations of where the cutting and filling will occur. In dark brown are the general locations where the heavier cuts, and the lighter brown is where the lighter cuts will take place. And then the orange is the lighter fill, and the yellow is where the heavier fill. And once again, this is just a simplified cut and fill map, just demonstrating where the cuts and the filling will occur for the public as well as the decision makers and anyone who's interested in this project to understand where the material's moving. As you can see, most of the fill will be filled at the middle portions of the lot, which will accommodate for the driveway, the hammerhead turn, the detached 3-car garage, and the remaining, once again, grading will be all export. The 500 cubic yards will be offsite. Majority of the massing of the approximately 3,200 square foot building will be on the first level, as the second level is only 561 square feet. And as encouraged by the guidelines, the second story volume is oriented towards the upslope to allow the building's mass follow the contour of the property. This is a slide of other site sections of the project. The single-family dwelling's two-story profile will not be overbearing to the adjacent neighbors because the single-family dwelling, this is just the dwelling, will be sited 238 feet, 124 feet, 226 feet, 188 feet, and 203 feet away from the neighboring properties from the south, east, north, and west, respectively. Additionally, the single-family dwelling will be sited at a sloped saddle and concealed from certain vantages from the southern direction. So. And this is a quick preview of the floor plan. The first level consists of the main floor area, and on the bottom right-hand corner is the 561 square foot second level, which consists of a bedroom, a closet, a bathroom, an open loft, and a balcony. Finished materials of the project. The exterior materials were selected to blend in with the surrounding hillside and include quality materials such as composite, like a wood-light horizontal siding, cementitious fiber, hardy trims at the fascia, window surrounds, and accent board. It includes river rock base bands and a standing seam metal roof colored in dark brown. The materials and colors are consistent with, on all 4 sides of the house. The windows consist of a variety of operations that are consistent with the style of the building, such as horizontal sliding, casement, hopper, and fix. The windows and exterior doors will be constructed of a quality material, which will be metal-clad wood, colored in dark bronze. And this slide here is just the elevations of the garage, which will match in style and material as the dwelling. And this is to give some insight on the tram detail. The tram will be constructed adjacent to the concrete stairway, which is set into the hillside to provide access to and from the detached garage and into the 2-story dwelling. And on the bottom right-hand photo on this slide is of an example of the installation, which was at an address of 1300 Capistrano, which is in the city of Glendale. Staff is recommending a condition that the tracks and the basket be finished with color that blends into the colors of the surrounding hillside. And last, in terms of landscaping, a variety of oak, sycamore, western rosebud trees will be provided throughout the property. Additionally, a variety of shrubs and ground cover such as lantana, fescue, coyote bush, and coffee berry will be provided. And as mentioned earlier, the project proposes no changes in the easement as the paved access way is located on the adjacent parcel. However, the new landscaping will be adjacent to the easement and entirely only on the subject property. Overall, staff recommends approval with the suggested conditions. Once again, was to, one, the passenger tram, basket, and tracks are to be painted a natural color to blend into the hillside, such as a brown or a gray brown. And two, prior to plan check submittal, proposed location of the lighting fixtures are to be provided on revised plans for staff review. And prior to concluding my presentation, I just want to note that 9 comments were received from the public, which were forwarded to the board. A 10th was received by Patrice Magellan. I apologize, Patrice, if I did not pronounce your name correctly. It came in around 4 o'clock, and I'd like to apologize. This was not forwarded to the board as it was so close to the meeting as I was preparing and making my way. And I'm going to do my best to highlight and kind of go over what she's stating here. I do believe Ms. Zemetize did forward this email to you, but I'd like to, before concluding, I'd like to kind of go over Beatrice's comment. In short, she's stating that the project should meet all conditions, be required to comply with the Hillside Design Guideline and CEQA. The project does cause a safety risk. This is a precedent setting for cutting and filling on hilltops. Hillside Design Guidelines preserve open space while minimizing alteration of terrain for development. This does pose a significant impact to the environment and requires further CEQA review. The tram, along with its steps, would be a precedent setting. This is not compatible with the neighborhood or the residential community. The project has concerns with hillside stability. And the site plan should require an outline of how the new road would need to be graded just like the home on the knoll. And I think she might be referring to the previous project where there was going to be a driveway adjacent to the easement, but then that's not going to be a case for this project. The plans don't indicate of a new driveway being adjacent to the access easement. The project will have vehicular and pedestrian ingress and egress via this easement, which is on the adjacent parcels. There may have been potential confusions as in the photographs. One of them was a remnant aerial view which showed like a dotted gray line, but that's just a remnant, and staff should probably caught that and eliminate it, but that's just an old one, and there's no driveway being constructed adjacent to the easement. Nor is there any improvements proposed on the drawings for tonight that are proposing any construction or modification, widening, narrowing, any modifications of the easement. So other than there will just be new landscaping adjacent to the easement entirely on the subject property. And this concludes staff's presentation. I'm pretty certain there will be clarifications needed. I can answer any questions you may have. I'm pretty sure from testimony from the public, there will be further questions about CEQA or the project. I will be available now or even after that. So,
Does anyone have questions?
So in some of the evidence that was put out, there was these cases that came to City Council several years ago for the same project site. What's changed in this design versus what had been denied by City Council in those earlier cases? And especially in terms of site planning and the location of the buildings on the site.
I wasn't the original case planner, but I'm going to try to best summarize this.
Okay.
As this is a brand new submittal, and it's a brand new project, and it's been almost a decade past, so I'm looking at this with a fresh lens. Not to say that the comments made back then are not important, but this is technically a new project. But what's been different is prior to, they were going to have access on the subject property, meaning construct a new driveway adjacent to what we're calling the new paved access way or the easement. So they were going to do some significant grading and building a new driveway along that stem.
And what stem, you mean the one outlined in red?
Yes, and I'm gonna, when I call that the stem, I'm calling outlined in red and yellow is the access easement, and I'm gonna call the stem, is that oddly shaped portion of the lot that's like a stem, highlighted
handle?
in yellow, a handle or whatever, yeah, you know. And I know this project had gone through previous iterations on the knoll, onto the saddle, questions of why doesn't it go to other locations on the lot and so forth. So I know those are some of the major differences.
So, Madam Chair? And so, I know it's complicated, it's a large site, but whatever is depicted on the screen at the moment, the red hatched 15-foot easement, is that where the driveway for this new house is going to be, or is that just landscape?
So that is the existing, we're going to call it a paved access way on the adjacent parcel that provides access to the adjacent parcels. And I'm pretty sure you're going to hear about this tonight, and I'm not so familiar with the judgment that had gone through, but the subject property and their property owner were granted access rights for purposes only, just to ingress, egress for vehicular and pedestrian. They don't have rights to improve it. It's not on their property. That's my best understanding. When I read that document, which was recorded for the easement, the applicant only has rights, like, once again, ingress, egress for vehicular and pedestrian. So to answer your question, it's an improved paved access way, which the applicant has rights to use 15 feet of.
I see. So there's an existing right-of-way that's paved, of which applicant could use 15 feet of it for access purposes via an easement that has gone through the courts and was deemed legal.
Correct. That's my best understanding, and I'm pretty sure we're going to hear more about that this evening.
Understood.
Yep.
And so on sheet, well, the cover page on sheet 8.0, A-0, a hammerhead is being created, which is a continuation of, Hasbeth Lane, the gray portion as depicted on our screen. Correct? It has nothing to do with the red portion, the hammerhead. So if the fire department was going to access the hammerhead, they would, part of their wheels of the truck be on the red portion.
They would access through the red portion, and then that hammerhead and driveway is entirely on the subject property. So technically, that's not Hasbeth. It's a paved access way on the adjacent parcels.
Understood.
Yep.
And so is the right-of-way going to get wider with the red striped portion?
No.
They just have a right to
They
use it.
have a right to use 15 feet of it.
And then
So the red area is paved
The
currently.
red area is paved. That's
Yeah,
correct.
in
Thank
the
you.
aerial, it didn't quite look like that, so.
I did my best. I guess.
No, not a judgment, just a clarification.
But these are excellent questions.
Dennis does the best PowerPoints of any of us, so.
Yes, indeed. And so now we have the driveway, the hammerhead, and we have the garage, and then we have a funicular. I'm going to call it a funicular to get us to the top of that. The residence, 140 feet above. And just generally, I'm just wondering, did staff have conversations about placing that house kind of where the garage is, kind of farther down, closer to the hammerhead, closer to the grading, eliminating the funicular, and if there's any difficulties, which I'm sure there is, that we're not aware of?
We've had discussions with the applicant. We talked about different alternatives, but the applicant feels very strongly to have it up above. Staff's opinion as far as, kind of settling in, that's where the grading is coming into the saddle. We're orienting the two-story volume closer to the upslope. We did take in consideration that it's a 6.6 acre lot. I mean, we're talking about, I forgot the exact figures, and I mentioned in my presentation, even in the staff report, how many hundreds or in the tens of 80 feet or whatever away, I mean, it's pretty far away from other properties. We're trying to weigh in all these things and take in consideration as far as our analysis.
So you're looking at the site plan orientation more as in, hey, 6.6 acre lot, the home is placed at the top, but at the same time, it's just one house on 6.6 acres. And so if they are going through the process and if it's conforming to the contours, then the staff supports it on that premise.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're trying to. How does it work with the site? I mean, they're not going to take it at the pinnacle, and that's why I think I wanted to take note, and I used slides. Pardon me here, and we're going to talk about the knoll and the saddle. So they're not on the pinnacle of the site, and they're not really necessarily on the highest part of the upslope. So they're going to nestle it into the saddle, which is on the site here. So they're not going to be towering over onto the neighborhoods to the south. And then, like I mentioned, is it going to conceal it from every property in the south? Absolutely not. But will it be obstructed from some views from the south? Sure, it's going to be behind the knoll.
And does that include the tram? It was how far away? I guess I was trying to understand how far away the tram is from the closest neighbor, for instance. Yeah.
I have to take a look at the site plans. I mean,
yeah, it's really.
It's going to be pretty lengthy. I mean, from the south. I think I even mentioned what the closest distance is from. I can look at my
tram is 140 feet long. It's
right. So it's at least that.
But the idea then that you pull into your garage, you have your groceries, you get into the tram, and then you go up to the house? Is that the idea?
Board Member Simoni, I apologize. Can you repeat that question?
So is the idea, just overall site planning concept is, you pull into your garage with your groceries, and you get into the tram, and you take your tram up to your residence? Is that the overall idea, or you hike up the stairs?
I'm going to leave that to the applicant, how she would like to use her property. I mean, she does have the stairway.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only two real options.
Yeah.
Right. And in terms of did the fire department weigh in on this? I guess just in terms of the fire access ends at the garage, and then there's a tram, and so I guess my concern is safety. I'm sure you looked at that.
Staff did route this to all departments.
Okay.
They didn't have any major concerns about.
Okay.
Now I can review it again.
Okay, thank you.
And the closest distance to the adjacent properties, and I think this is taken from the garage, so that would be to the southern. So that'd be 90 feet. I mean, that's to the garage. And then you got the garage, then you may have that patio, that covered walkway, and then there's the landing for the tram. So the garage is at least 90 feet away.
From the edge of the garage?
Yeah.
No. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, if there are no more questions, we'll open the public hearing. And I will call the architect, Fred Dean.
My name is Fred Dean, and I'm the architect. And I'm from Westlake Village in Georgia. Actually, I live in Georgia, but I have to keep an address in Westlake Village. So I'm a little bit jet lagged, so forgive me. I just flew in for the day. Anyway, if you have any questions directly, I'm sort of here to do that. We have the civil engineer here also and the owner to answer a few of your concerns or questions here. The house is basically set on the saddle high because it has an opportunity to have a great view, and the owner wanted to take advantage of that view. So this house has, as he may have mentioned, project has sort of been in front of the Planning and Review Board and the City Council. This is the fourth time now. And each time they've had comments, and each time we have, addressed those comments. At the first, it was on top of the knoll. We moved it, and subsequently to the saddle.
And then each time after that, it's always been about the driveway and the length of the driveway. And we've shortened it and shortened it and shortened it until finally, we were able to, the owner was able to work out an easement through the private drive, and that's the shortest route at this point. Your concern about safety is the building will be sprinklered. There's a pump and there's a water tank on top of the hill, and there will be a pump also to pump water up to the top. So there's to establish adequate water pressure.
Are there any other questions? Or, I'm sorry, are you done with your
Yeah,
comments? I'm sorry to
Basically,
interrupt.
again, we put it on the saddle because the saddle was discussed as a pretty good place to get that view without it exposing the house to the community. And the owner is okay with that. And yes, the owner will park her car, get in the tram with her groceries, and take the tram up and enter the house, and she's fine with that. Or she'll take the stairs because that's good exercise. So all that is, copacetic, and she's fine with that, no problem.
So, Mr. Dean, I did a site visit to the property, and I apologize if I trespassed because I did go past the little cone there to climb
You were
up there.
supposed to.
Okay. But I personally found that when I reached to that sort of pad that exists above the last house there, there's still a lovely view from there that looks onto downtown Glendale. So I'm just not clear why it's necessary to go all the way up to there with all of the grading that's required, the immense expense to do that.
Okay, so that pad has its problems. First of all, it's a lot of fill there, and it's just in the flow of the major drainage that comes down that valley. I don't know if you can bring that slide up again. But, it was problematic to build in that area. This is the civil engineer. Maybe he has more comments about it.
Good evening. Sam Talabian. I'm the engineer of record for the project. Couple of items that has come up that probably is prudent that I interject right now. One was regarding the necessity for a stairway and whether fire department has looked over the project. Yes, the stairway was actually necessitated by fire department, and both the hammerhead location and its geometry and the stairway has been reviewed by fire department. The other comment that came over the phone was regarding the stability of the existing canyon and what the driveway may do to it. If anything, by the virtue of the fact that the driveway is on a fill, we are buttressing the existing banks of the slope, so thereby we are strengthening the existing slope. As far as the pad that is immediately next to the front of the easement, that area, if you look at the soils report and geology, you'll find that the entire area is not suitable for construction. It's man-made fill, and it was never compacted. And it's a huge depth of fill that it's just not buildable. So those were the reasons that we had to get away from the obvious, that would have been, yes, it has view, it has some location, but it's not really buildable. We couldn't even put a garage in there because of the geotechnical
Did you consider
reasons.
potentially building into the hillside adjacent to that so that you could have still used that pad area for like a swimming pool and outdoor areas?
Once we got into where the existing building should, well, we started by where we could not build. So by elimination of location and by the virtue of where the views were, we isolated the areas, and based on the past history of the project, we isolated the areas that were more prudent to locate the building and the detached garage. And a lot of it had to do with geotechnical, a lot of it had to do with what it takes to actually take a driveway and snake it up into a slope. we tried and we succeeded not to impact and cut any, and that was one of our goals, since it had come up that by the virtue of cutting and the slope and placing retaining walls, we may destabilize the existing road and the embankments of it. So instead of all that, we put the driveway up, we filled up the canyon, and we stabilized everything. So that provided both a connection point, a stabilization of the canyon, and also the view that the applicant has worked for 17 years.
Are you going to be recompacting the fill that is there that created that pad? Or are you just going to throw more fill on top?
We are, for the most part, we are not touching that area.
No, that area had a lot of fill in there.
The fill that is being placed there is non-structural. We're going to compact it, but not for the purpose of building a structure, for the purpose of putting a roadway, embankments of our own driveway, which by the time that the zone of influence of the load gets to that point, it has dissipated. So that was part of the technical aspects of the locating the driveway and getting up there, so we don't impact the zone that we didn't want to impact down below because of its the fact that it's non-compacted, and it takes a lot to compact it. In order to compact that fill, you have to go all the way to the bottom of it, which is in excess of 30, 40 feet. So just to compact it, you have to shore it up. The cost of that process would have been a lot more, I dare to say, to take the driveway up and take advantage of the views.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
And thank you for coming up, because it's on a complicated hillside project as this, it's always nice to have a civil engineer.
My pleasure.
In regards to the bedrock of the flat portion where the garage is, which is where the fill is going, how deep is that bedrock?
The bedrock generally up there is between 2 to 3 feet deep.
And so what prevents you from doing shallow caissons, 10 feet, 20 feet?
For the garage?
Correct. Well, the area that we're just talking about.
Oh, no, I apologize. I thought we were talking about up in the north. The bedrock down there is in excess of 60, 70 feet deep in the ground.
And is it 60, 70 feet of
uncompacted fill? Yes.
And so the garage, what sort of a foundation is that sitting on? Is that sitting on like 80-foot piles?
No, the garage the proposed location for the garage, that it's sitting on top of the hill, not down by the easement. The proposed...
Past the hammerhead.
Yes, past the hammerhead, on top of... So as if you view the site...
The 3-car garage.
There you go. The 3-car garage, the depth of the bedrock in that area is between 2 to 3 feet deep, depending on...
So very shallow.
Very shallow.
Okay. Where you... And bear with me, I'm trying to understand
Absolutely.
the subsurface conditions. And in regards to where the house is placed at the moment, which is on the top right, how deep is the bedrock there?
On the banks, likewise, is about 2 to 3 feet. At the bottom, where the actual saddle is about 4 feet, because the erosion has...
Very shallow.
Very shallow.
And so now, what's depicted on the screen here, where the garage is and where the house is on the right, where in proportion to this site plan is the bedrock 60 or 70 feet deep?
If I may.
Please.
Where you were speaking about, I believe, was this area. Original, or the other gentleman. The question that was brought up was, why did we not just simply build here, if it wasn't just because of the view? And I thought, for some reason, we were continuing on that conversation, and the answer was because of the fact that you have deep non-compacted fill here, and our geotechnical engineers wouldn't support that.
I understand. But at the same time, he's supporting a driveway that's going to take a fire truck, which is very heavy.
The load of and that's what I was getting into, the loads that for a roadway, when it comes to the loads, there is what is called a zone of distribution. And it dissipates as you go deeper and deeper. Generally speaking, for a roadway, when we design within 2 to 3 feet, that load, we can dissipate it by placing it on gravel and putting...
You're going to have permeable pavers, and so if it settles, you'll fix it.
We have to prep up for it.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm moving along because it's 9:25. I understand where you're going with this. And so, if I may, just one other question on this. And so, in regards to the overall site plan as depicted, you have an area of deep fill that's by the hammerhead, which you're leaving alone. You have everything beyond that. From the garage over, the bedrock is 2 to 3 feet deep.
That is correct.
Understood. And so if you were to move the house, let's say, to where the garage is, it's just sitting 2 or 3, it's going to be on very competent dirt, but you're not getting the view.
That is absolutely correct.
And so now, as Board Member Welsh is bringing up, there's an area, and I just want to understand the area that you're referring to, that has some views, and I'm wondering if, is that where the hammerhead is, or is that kind of closer to where the garage is? Because
Well, I think it would be both, really. In fact, the garage, I think the location is, if when you went to the site, the story poles for the garage were even further up the slope. So I think from that perspective, you'd have even a better view than you could get at the pad. So I think it's good at the pad, better at the 3-car garage, and probably best at the saddle.
Might lead us to additional questions to the architect. Were you all done asking the architect? I know they kind of switched midway.
I'm
I just
fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. I do have one question for the architect as well. Regarding what we were just discussing, was there a reason that the house could not be at where the garage is located? Were there any prior iterations that went before the board that were denied in that location, or I just knowing the history of the home, if there was any?
No.
Okay.
I mean, the last time we actually did, it looked very much the same, except for the driveway came down the stem, as it's been termed now.
Okay.
So, and again, that we consider the saddle the best view and position what the owner wants at this point, based on input we've had previously.
Right. And regarding the tram, I know that there was a precedent in Glendale. Did you happen to go see it and hear it? I just was curious about noise and, all of the different ramifications of the one that has been installed. I don't know if you've installed them before.
I haven't installed one here in Glendale before, and we went to see that as a precedent, but we didn't particularly listen to it or anything like that.
Okay, but it seemed to function.
It functions great, and we have talked to tram people, and they have given us noise levels and things like that, and they're all very, within the limits of what is appropriate, I guess.
Okay. And is it powered? Obviously, new homes are solar, so it's powered by solar, or is it? How is it? How does it?
Well, I think it's electrical.
Right.
And there was also
there's also a generator backup.
Right. That's what I was about to say.
There's also a generator backup.
Okay.
And they are largely used on North Lake Tahoe. If you go to North Lake Tahoe, you see almost every single one of those homes have one.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have one other question. 3,500 cubic yards of cut. I mean, looking at the site plan as depicted, what's causing this tremendous amount of cut? Because bedrock's only 2 to 3 feet deep. Is it because? Can you explain where the majority of the 3,500 cubic yards of cut is occurring?
Put up the cut and fill.
You have to stay at the microphone, please.
You can stand in front of
I got it first. cut at the bottom is caused due to the gradual slope that we are creating for the driveway to go up. The cut on the top on the saddle is to set up a pad. We are merely cutting the banks from both sides to expand the saddle, if you will. So that's the cut from the top. And on the, also has a top slope, it has a upslope toward the rear of the residence that is being cut down to create a little backyard.
Understood. And so on the lower portion, you're cutting to get enough of a reasonable slope for the truck to be able to go up, because that has a certain threshold.
Exactly. It's to comply with fire department requirements for that hammerhead.
You can't go more than that, whatever the number is.
Yeah,
And then-
it's very shallow.
And then the top, instead of cutting all that, why wouldn't you just use piles at the top?
We are using piles.
And have work with piles instead of cutting?
By the virtue of the location and proximity to the edge of the slopes, even though our bedrock is shallow, all around the edges, we do have piles. As you know, as you get closer to the edge of the slope, your footing depth gets increasing, right? So it gets to a point that you end up with a pile, even though you have a bedrock, but just by the virtue of proximity to the slope.
The daylight, yeah.
Because the slope, we don't have a real flat area. It's a knoll, then it slopes down. To create that, we got to chop it down a little. When we chop it down, then we can create those banks. And so that's where the cut on the saddle is.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, sir. You've been most helpful.
Thank you very much.
Very helpful. Very helpful.
Thank you.
There was a question before I sit down. If I recall, I would like to answer that. If it comes to me, I'll come back.
Yes, yes. And next, I'd like to call the owner, Adele. I'm sorry, I can't quite read your last name. I apologize. When you come up, if you can let us know. Welcome.
Hello. Do I need to say my name?
Yes, please.
Yes. So my name is Adele Luzruyaga.
Okay.
I live at 147 Cumberland Road, almost 40 years now. And I've had this property since 1988.
Wow.
This is the 5th submittal for this property. And we've tried to go by all the conditions and requests that have been made. And so I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Did this go to council back when Councilmember Weaver was a council member about 14, 15 years ago?
Yes, this is 17 years now since the first submittal.
I remember this case.
And he
yeah.
said you couldn't pay him enough to live on that valley, on the flat pad. And he's an engineer.
Yeah, I remember the hearing. Okay.
I'm curious about the question that was raised about the view area from the garage location. Why do you not consider that location sufficiently suitable to build a fully contained house with an integrated garage as opposed to the detached garage?
Okay, to tell you the truth, after all these years, I started when I was 55. I'm now 73 years old. If my engineer said I could build on the flat pad, I really could care less, because I just want to do something and live in this property. So the saddle is actually hidden. The view is on the knoll. And I was not allowed to build there because they could see the house. And I could see all these houses above my property. And I could see all these houses being built, second stories everywhere else, with their views. But regardless, it doesn't matter. I just want to live in my property after all these years, and I just want one house. I never wanted more than one house. And I don't think it's that big anymore for the size of the property, because you couldn't build a small one and then do an addition later. It doesn't look as good. So this is an integrated design. I have an engineer that knows what he's doing. He knows how to deal with hillsides. I have an architect that likes nature. We don't want a house that you can see from everywhere. I want a house that you can only see when you're already there. So I don't need a mansion. I just want to enjoy my property. And I don't think a view from the saddle on each side is all that much to ask. Because I'm not asking even for like a 360, 380 degree view, 180 degree view that I had up on the knoll. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
And thank you for giving us that history. And I do remember this case. I very much remember it.
Yeah.
And just so I could understand, and 16, 17 years is an awful long time to go through something. And so with that, when you said, if the engineer said a house could be built at the garage area,
No.
and you said I could care less, does that mean like if it's possible, that would please you or not?
Right now, I just want to build my house. It's on a saddle, which is hidden. Nobody can even see it. People around that have to get out of their house, cross the street, or in the matter of like the house next to us on the flatbed, they have to go out of their house, past their driveway, and really look hard to see where even the top of these houses. And you could see that looking for the story pole.
I see. So the seclusion is what's attracting you?
I want the seclusion. I don't mind not having the total view. It's okay. But actually, the fact too is from my previous engineer who has now passed away, George Bogosian, all right? That area where the garage is actually lower, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get the sun. By after 12 o'clock, you know, you don't have daylight basically. So that's been discussed. That's been considered. It's like everything has been considered everywhere here.
I would imagine over
Across the
17
hill,
years,
everywhere.
right.
Anything just to build something decent that you're not like in a cave.
Okay.
And I wanted to clarify something. I think I heard you say about the easement being 15 feet wide. It's actually 28 feet wide, plus 3, about 31 feet wide, including the utility easement. So there's 2 driveways there for access that are together. And so it's not like any of the parcels can drive only on one side. You know, it's a 2-way street. So everybody can use that in that parcel subdivision. The judge has ruled that, and everybody is a co-owner of that easement.
You have a right to use it.
I have the right to use it, yes.
Thank you very much.
No more questions?
No more
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll call our first speaker, our first public speaker, Pamela Sellers.
I was hoping you would call me after the attorney we have here, but let me introduce myself. My name is Pamela Sellers.
I was going to say, you can do that if you want. You can switch places if you'd like.
I think that would work better.
That would be great.
Okay.
Yeah. You're welcome to.
Thank you.
Which card, when you come up, please tell us your name. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Matt Gorman, attorney for the owners of 1565 Hasbeth. And I do have a PowerPoint. I have about 10 to 15 minutes of a presentation that I'd like to go through. I also had done a letter which should have been submitted to you all, and I also just wanted to be available if you have questions on that letter. It's a complicated project, and there's a lot of issues that I think need to be addressed.
Okay. Regarding the 10 minutes, is that, it seems longer than?
Members of the public who speak are allotted 3 minutes. If someone would like to give their time up and then add the time
Okay.
to speaker's
Okay.
card, then we can do that. But
Okay.
typically, it is up to the board,
Right.
up to the chair, actually.
I think, yes, I think, first, let's ask, would members of the public like to give their time? Okay, so all three of you? Okay, so
their
so
names
three, okay, what, okay, and what are your names? So,
Oh, and forgive,
oh, sorry. Oh. They need to
Louise.
come up to say their names. Okay, if you could come up and say your names, please.
those who are allotting their
Louise
time.
Phelan.
Okay, thank you.
Mary Follett.
Something Stevens.
Mary, yeah, I've got it.
And then that would
And then
be,
there was
that
a-
would be
2.
6 minutes.
Okay, 6 minutes.
So you're 3 minutes.
And what was
so-
your,
9 minutes.
one more person is,
We had a caller who was going to call in. She'll give up her 3 minutes. Ana
was-
Cuadrado, is she still there?
We don't have that individual. I'm
She had
sorry.
called in earlier.
okay.
You could give up
So-
your minutes.
If she'd like to call in again, then
Okay.
Let's see,
We'll do
I'll
that.
try, I'll do my best to keep it down.
Okay.
keep it to 9 if you do.
9 minutes,
I know
please.
it's
Thank
late.
you.
Firstly, my first comment is really, I mean, this is something that is not ready to be considered tonight. As you can hear just from the comments that were presented, I think there was a comment regarding the pad, what they call the hammerhead pad, and the architect said, you know, we have problems with that. And there's questions on fill, there's fire questions. This is an enormously significant project that deserves at least even a basic initial study that's required under CEQA for evaluation. The fire department should be here or should have submitted specific comments on some of these questions. What we are asking the board is to note you are a decision maker under CEQA, and you are presented with a project that staff is recommending CEQA be exempted for. You are the gatekeepers for this project to be properly reviewed, and it should be properly reviewed under CEQA. If you require staff to go back and process this project under CEQA instead of exempting it, it will have an initial study. The initial study is comprehensive. There's a number of issues that would be addressed under an initial study that are the very questions that you're posing right now that you should be getting those answers in a report instead of an architect or an engineer coming up and giving you, 5 minutes of answers and pointing at a screen for something of this significance. So that's my first comment. Secondly, my clients are not approaching this project from the standpoint that they don't want anything built. They're approaching this project from the standpoint of let's get information, what is being proposed. It's really what are the impacts that this project will cause. We may get that information and it may be satisfactory to my clients and they may not have any problems. But we have asked for information and an initial study will provide further information. I strongly encourage the board to take that action and to subject the project to a CEQA review, like the projects in prior versions have been subjected to. Now, there's been questions raised about the easement. Okay, I will scroll through.
Been having glitches, there you go.
Okay. The photo that you see bounded in black is the property that's owned by the applicant. The access road, which has been referred to as the private existing drive, runs in front of those parcels C, B, and A. And you can see it more closely here. You can see Hasbeth Lane terminates, and then, don't know if I can highlight it, but if you look at parcel C, it has a stem that sticks out, and then parcel B have a stem that sticks out, and that is what's considered the private existing road. And the gray parcel is part of the project applicant's parcel. I'm going to scroll through to the easement that had been mentioned from the court. And it's really important that the board understand the easement and how it relates to this project. The easement as approved, I'm just scrolling through the documents that were approved by the court, has a record of survey, which is appearing on your screen, and it has a close-up of this portion that we just looked at, that portion of the private road on those parcels C and B. And you can probably see from that picture at the top, it shows a width of 15 feet. And this is approved by the court as granting to the applicant rights of ingress and egress. The problem with just going off of this easement in making your decision is it doesn't reflect what the actual real-world conditions are on the property. Like, that easement lies on the property, so what does it cover? What does it cover on that property? In the litigation that led to the issuance of the easement, there were surveys done. There's a lot of analysis of that roadway and easements, and this is one of them that I'm showing you. And we'll zoom in on this. No, it's not working. Oh, there we go. So we zoom in on this, and you can see the pink area and the blue area are two portions of that easement that were plotted by a surveyor. And on the very right side of that pink, you can see features that are plotted there. You can see curbing, you can see trees or whatever features that are landscaping types of features. You can see references to other improvements that that easement lies upon. And so when you compare the court's easement on the right with what it actually covers on the left, it creates concerns for my client. If the applicant is proposing to widen that easement area, which she has a right to do, I mean, she has the right of ingress and egress over that area, that's her prerogative, but it would possibly entail removing of those features. It's within her right to do that, but it's also in the right of this board to understand what is being proposed. That's one of the main problems that we are hoping to have resolved is, does this project, what does this...
Excuse me.
Sorry, there's a quick question regarding...
On that specific note, because I think it's quite important, is your client concerned about the improvements that happen on the right side or on the left side? So in other words, the right side is where the edge of the pink is, and the left side is where the edge of the blue is. What's troubling your client?
Well, that's a good question. Let me scroll ahead. Part of the trouble is the features that are on, this would be indicating the right side. And so if the project will require widening of the road into that portion of the easement that covers those things, that's something that would need to be known. And if those features need to be removed, then it impacts the visual aesthetics of that area, but it also raises questions about the stability of the slope. How is that widening going to occur? What features would be installed to prevent the slope failure? And it's a significant area. This is another view. The portion that's highlighted there is within the scope of the easement as delineated on that on the map that I had shown. So if the project would require widening of that roadway into that portion of the easement that has the retaining feature, that's something that this board would want to know. And that's another component of a CEQA initial study that would be evaluated. That goes to a greater concern about CEQA for the project, because the project as presented has been improperly confined to only the applicant's property. In fact, the project entails use of this entire private easement area road, and that should have been incorporated as part of the project. It should have been in the project description. And understanding, you know, it's a complicated issue. It's understandable that it had not been incorporated into the project, but it was not. The public notice does not indicate that. If I may have just a couple more minutes.
We have two callers that have called in who said that they were willing to donate their time. So this would be Armik Amirian and Anna Quadrado, who both called in.
Okay,
So
thank you.
If
Yes,
the
that-
chair
that's
allows
okay.
us, then it
Yeah.
would be an additional 6 minutes.
6 minutes is fine,
Okay.
if they're giving their time.
Very quickly, I know it's late. I appreciate your indulgence. The public notice did not reflect that the roadway was part of the project. The staff report doesn't reflect that. The staff report acknowledges that the access is the only access is through that private road. And so my client's question is, what is necessary for that road for this proposed development? Number one, what is the applicant proposing to do for that private road as part of this application? And neither of those questions are addressed. The staff report goes on to go through the normal site planning criteria. When it comes to garage location and driveway, it indicates that it's compatible, the project is compatible, but there's no analysis of this private roadway within the staff reports, within the staff's analysis of the project. It refers to, stuck on me again. The staff report also refers to,
The other screen. Try it again.
there we go. It refers to the adjoining neighborhood as being compatible with the project, but doesn't analyze this issue of the private drive. And it has conditions which don't speak to the private drive. Now, I believe there was a question that was posed to either the architect or to the engineer earlier about the right-of-way. The concept being that easement creates a right-of-way over the private drive, and whether there needs to be some widening of the roadway within that right-of-way, and the answer was no. Okay, if that's the answer, then there should be a condition that prohibits widening of the road. But I don't see that the staff have presented a report or that there's been sufficient analysis to determine that roadway doesn't need to be widened. That's something that's of critical importance that needs to be evaluated. And so what we're asking the board is to continue this matter. I mean, this is an enormous issue that warrants a much greater level of review. We request respectfully that the board direct staff to apply CEQA to this project. It's this board's purview to decide what level of CEQA is to be applied. And there's not a planning commission to look at this application, it's this board. And so this board should direct staff to require the initial study. This board should require the applicant to describe in her project how the existing private drive will be used in the project. Is that, in fact, going to remain unchanged? Is it going to be widened? what other features are there. We looked through a landscaping plan that showed that there were trees or other things to be planted along what appeared to be adjacent to that, but it's uncertain. And for something like this, precision is needed for my clients to understand what's proposed and to come back to you and say, yes, we support this project, or we have no objections to this project, or look, this project poses some issues that we feel need to be addressed. That's my client's position, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Do you have any questions? No questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, I have Lydia Go Nabong.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I ask a question to staff at this point?
Absolutely.
On this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Joe, were there any conditions that were put forth by the different departments that might address if this roadway needs to be improved, widened, et cetera?
It's an excellent, if Mr. Gorman, you don't mind, I'm going to switch through your slides and go through your plan with Wildan stamp. Oh, can you go back to?
Once the
You want
attorneys.
to go back to your,
Oh, I'm Mr. Gorman's slide, his PowerPoint.
Okay, there you are. So let me see, 1 second.
I apologize, this is not my slide deck, so I don't know where it was from there, but here we go.
There's one even further.
It's a zoomed in. I kind of want to zoom in because then the figures come more clear.
The next slide also has additional information.
This is the one I kind of want to look at, and Mr. Gorman mentioned that the private access way is 28 feet. They're given 15 feet, and he has pointed out that with the landscape portion, actually the usable area would be at its narrowest. I'm looking at it's probably what 12.2, 12.4. It's okay, so what the code says is in its driveway or chapter, which is 30.32.130 subsection C, for width, it says a driveway or an approach to a parking space shall have a minimum clear of 10 feet provided. However, a driveway in a residential zone may be reduced to 9 feet where no pedestrian passage is required. So regardless, because this is going to be used for a vehicular and pedestrian, it still meets the 10 feet. There's no necessary, the code doesn't require it to be widened. So it's not part of the scope of work. Now, we don't analyze and say, this complies with code, this complies with code, this section complies with code. It's a good question, and I'm happy to answer. And another point was brought up, staff should have required an initial study. Of course, we asked that question. This project, as Board Member Simonian recalls, back in, I think it might even began in 2007, gone through so many iterations. There was an initial study that was performed. It's even on this slide here. It's highlighted in the staff report. Let me get my glasses on. Of the past staff report, and once again, I'm sorry, this is not my slide deck, and I'm going to try to find it really quick. So it did have a proposed negative declaration, and I'm kind of focusing in his red areas. So what that initial study looked at, it looked at a variety of the required categories of what CEQA requires. Everything from cultural resources to air quality to whatever, but the primary concern and the only thing that required was one mitigation measure. And the mitigation measure it identified was for geotechnical studies. And that was the only area of concern where there was a potential area where it would raise to a level of significant impact. And what that mitigation measure stated was, and and I apologize, let me pull that up here from my notes. That this single mitigation measure was regards to geotechnical, which was to provide a study analysis for a building and safety plan check, for which the plan shall follow recommendation and mitigations provided by that state certified geologist or civil engineer. So, of course, we took a look at this. You know, the site hasn't changed dramatically. I can't imagine the composition changing down below. We did ask the applicant to revise their geotext so they can take a look at, okay, you're going to put the new structures in the driveway, the garage, the hammerhead turn, the house on the saddle. We need you to take a look at this and see what your geotext says and whether it's feasible to drill down deep and discover. If we made them go through the whole thing, it's going to go through the same thing as what was found here, which is, hey, the only area of level that required significant any mitigation to drop the level of significance down to below the level of threshold would be the same thing. So therefore, because CEQA technically does say single-family homes can be exempted, I didn't want to make them go through the same thing, because out of abundance of caution back then, yeah, I think it was warranted, but what are we going to make them go through that whole initial study for? I mean, I'm just going through staff's analysis or thought process. And of course, you do have your own discretion here, and we're at the public and the applicant is asking you to weigh in on this, but I just wanted to kind of fill in staff's point of view and why did we exempt this project. So,
was that negative declaration adopted at the time?
No, the project was denied.
So that really doesn't necessarily carry water here because it was never
but
adopted.
If we make them go through the same exercise, we're going to do the same thing again. I mean, CEQA has been updated, like, you know, wildfire or whatever, but fire has already commented on this and whatnot. I mean, has the checklist been modified? Yeah, but I can't imagine anything else really being different. So we did take a look at this at a clean lens, but we want to be very realistic about this. So
makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was very helpful. Okay. So now I would like to call Lydia Go Nabong. Oh, thank you.
So first of all, I wanted to submit the transcripts of the court before deciding and signing the easements that were granted. And all the questions and all the issues, every single point that Mr. Gorman had brought up was addressed, and the judge had seen it and considered everything, and he says, I understand, and so he still signed and granted the easement. So the transcripts will make it very clear. All the objections that they brought up, which is really more delay, was addressed by the judge. In fact, he ordered a permanent prohibitory injunction for interfering with the use of the easement, with even applying for this, because we're following everything. But the transcripts will show it. There is also a mandatory injunction to remove all the planters, landscaping, retaining walls, oak trees, cypress trees, all of this landscaping that they have installed on the easement boundaries. And they insisted on calling the paved area the easement, and the judge did not buy that. The judge says the easement is what was originally described in the original document in the subdivision of John Henry, who started it. So I want to submit that. It's actually submitted on the Dropbox, Dennis, but so I'm going to give you the hard copies, but this is all in the Dropbox. I don't have the mandatory injunction here, but it has even pictures of the planter, the retaining walls, all of these things that are eating into the easement area to make it narrow. And in fact, you will read that in these transcripts. So, and I wanted to emphasize that this submittal is for the scope on parcel D. It's not on the easement. And the judge addressed that here too, because they tried to limit it to one house. And the judge says, no, this case is for the easement, has nothing to do with what goes on parcel D. So I'll give you this thing in all printed, but it's also in the, and the mandatory injunction has pictures of what needs to be.
Thank you.
Has what's about to be handed off been presented to staff some time ago, right? You have all this.
Yeah, that was in the Dropbox.
And this was provided to us as well, or?
Let me step back with just my question for a moment. My understanding, and I'm just asking this question, Mr. Joe, is this has gone through the court system, and the courts have determined that the applicant has access via the easement. The attorney is wondering how this easement is going to be improved. Staff is indicating it's going to be less than 10 feet, which would not even require widening. And from what I understand, the city and staff have already verified the merits of the court case. Is that correct?
That's correct, Board Member Simonian. This was submitted as part of the application, but you're kind of going through what was going through my thought process. The board is here to review a design review application and not give an opinion on a court-ordered document.
Correct.
I mean, you can't overrule the court. We've answered the questions. I think those were excellent questions, and I think we've kind of flushed that through. So, pardon me if I didn't give this to you and you guys feel that you didn't get it and that was important. Maybe that's a miscall on my part, but either way, I don't think
you couldn't have done it.
You can't weigh on this easement.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have a question, but I don't know if anyone else wants to yield time, but I think we're pretty, I think we're good. So,
We can't have it from that far.
okay. I think we're so limited on time, though. I don't know. I think we're, we have more speakers, so I think I'd like to. 1 minute, literally 1 minute.
It won't even take that long. This is the excerpt from the court documents. The court recognized that it was issuing an easement, but not divesting or deciding anything that's under the city's control. And the court specifically envisioned and provided for my clients to participate fully in the process before the city. And as you see there, it does not preclude or decide anything for the city, nor does it prevent or restrict my clients from petitioning the city for their concerns over any future use of the easement.
Okay, thank you.
So that was very expressly made clear by the judge, and it's provided in the court documents also.
Thank you. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. Beatrice Gaillon. Sorry.
Good evening, members of the Design Review Board. My name is Beatrice Magallon, and I live on Hasbeth Lane, and I've been living there for over 22 years. I know the history of this property and its proposed construction projects over the years. This new proposed project continues to pose the same significant environmental impacts on Hasbeth, Glenmont, and on our entire hillside community. I understand the owner of the property has the right to build, but the project should meet all the conditions and be required to comply with our hillside guidelines and not to be exempt from the filing of an environmental impact report. This project continues to pose a safety risk and would be detrimental to our hillside community, setting a precedent to accessing, cutting, and filling our hilltops. Hillside guidelines were set to preserve our open spaces while minimizing the alteration of terrain for development, and this proposed project continues to not meet these conditions. The difference I see now in this new version of the project is that there is access to the project site through the existing narrow road on Hasbeth. What it has not changed is that the average slope is greater than 50%. It's noted in the current description at 66.4%. The grading is greater than 1,500 cubic yards, noted at 6,232 cubic yards. The project would continue to have an environmental impact under CEQA because it proposes the environmental impact and is not exempt. A tram currently at 140 linear feet of track, along with steps, would set a precedent for Glendale. This is not compatible with any single-family residence in our community, and I certainly would not approve of having these all over our beautiful hillsides. Having one wheelchair access home with one, that you should go see. You could not compare it to 160 feet. You should really go to this property. We all have views. Each of our homes sits on a flat pad. We all have beautiful views. The flat pad on that property has a beautiful view. I oppose this project for these reasons and for the fact that the description and current plans do not address all the work that needs to be included for this project. The two issues specifically are the hillside stability for the grading below Glenmont Drive, as that proposed driveway compromises both Hasbeth and Glenmont once it is cut. So I really, even after today, don't really know, and I guess before, I don't really know how they're coming in to build the driveway to get to the garage, and then how they're gonna have to build a road to get up to build the house. I'm unclear. Of course, this is not my line of work. The site plan should require an outline of how a new road would need to be graded just to build on the knoll. Therefore, if they're gonna build a road, then why would they need a tram? This again goes to the access and grading issues to get to the structural site. So while this is her property and while she has every right to build on her property, I think she should really respect where it is located and what other possibilities she has of where she can build and still have views. I think we should go see if there is precedent. We should go visit that site where you should see where the other tram is so that you see that it is a wheelchair lift. This project in its current iteration should not be approved. And I thank you for your time and consideration and hope that you deny this project.
Thank you. Okay, Cesar Trinidad, please. Yes, please. Cesar.
My name is Cesar Trinidad. I am the brother of the owner of the property, the applicant. I'm 72 years old. So my sister and I are both in our 70s. And the history of this project application, 17 years, to those who are familiar with it, is simply a nightmare for my sister. And what I would say, listening to these people objecting to this, all the objections that they have raised are merely dilatory tactics to prevent my sister from constructing her home and exercising her right to improve the property. I cannot imagine how, if I were in their position, how I would justify dictating where a person who owns the property adjacent to mine should build her property. The rules that you are to observe is to be fair according to Mr. Simonian, the rights of the property owner and the rights of the community. But when the rights of the community being claimed is merely to deprive a citizen of her own property rights, it does not equate to any reasonable conclusion that this should be delayed or your decision should be delayed. The issue that this attorney raised is purely hypothetical. If the owner or the applicant is going to improve the property, the driveway, then they should state so. Well, that is a hypothetical question. That is not your business. That is not, his business. And if the plan or the application does not have the plan to improve the driveway, he says then it should say so. Why should anybody give up the right a priori before you even make a decision? The thing that you wanted to do has been done because somebody asked so you can have your project, and that is the proof that I'm saying that all these claims, all the issues that they raise are simply dilatory tactics to deprive the applicant her right to improve the property. 17 years, imagine that. Her engineer already had died, one of them. I don't think it's fair for anyone else to die for this property to get done. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Talabian. Thank you. Oh.
I think I've already spoken. If there are any
Gotcha.
questions,
Sorry
I'd be
about
more
that.
than glad to
Oh, no,
reply.
thank you. Let's see, Nellie Kostin, okay, thank you. Please. Okay. Okay, you're good.
Need to cut that off.
Okay, great. Yes, we're good. Thank you. Yes, thank you all. Yes. And then obviously no callers, they're gone, so we need to end. Oh, we do. Oh, okay, one more caller. Okay.
Gave their time to Mr. Gorman, but we do have callers.
Oh.
And there are cards.
Okay, I must have missed, apologies, I must have missed your card. Come on up and state your name. You were at the beginning, and
Hello, I'm Pamela Sellers. I live at 1592 Glenmont Drive, and I object to the project for many of the same reasons that Beatrice raised, but I also want to talk on behalf of Glenmont. I filed a written statement yesterday, and several of my neighbors have done so as well, so I don't want to go over all of that, but I do want to highlight a few things. In particular, I'm very concerned about the construction and the safety of the neighborhood, particularly Glenmont. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Walsh had actually taken a visit to the site, and I don't know whether you went on to Glenmont Drive as well as Hasbeth, but if you did, you can see that our street is very narrow, it's right on the slope, and it's precarious as it is now, and we are very concerned about any kind of construction that would go on there. One of the reasons that this project has been rejected in the past is because of the concerns for the potential damage to our street. As you said, there's a slope. The houses are on this very narrow private drive, which is a dead-end street. We have no access other than this little private drive. And if should anything happen to our slope, we will be maybe something like the houses in Canyon Country. I've probably all seen that on the news with the slope going. One of the things that I've been particularly concerned about when reading the report is that there was discussion about the driveway. Coming from the easement, the driveway goes to the garage, and then it ends. And then there's a tram that goes to the house. Well, how do you build the house? There's no road that goes from the garage to the building site. And if you actually took a look at the configuration of the land where the from the garage to where the house is going to be, it's like a gully. And I can't imagine how they're going to build a road that goes up to the building site in order to build the house. I mean, you can't, I don't understand how that's going to happen. So that's, to me, of a great concern and has not been addressed properly. If you have a house the only way you can get to the house is from the tram, what about the fire department? What about emergency vehicles? It seems to me that there must be a road of some kind going actually up to the house. And how that's going to impact our street is very problematic. The house, where the house will be is directly across from, am I out of town?
Yeah, if you could wrap things up,
directly across from
please.
the last house on the street. So,
Okay.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and you said there was one caller?
There are 4.
4 callers, okay.
Are there any speaker cards?
No, that's it.
So we have 4 callers. Giuliano Prieto, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi. So let me start my timer, and then I would appreciate any concession. I took a quick timer on the amount of time that others were given, especially those that may be opposed. And so I think to be fair to this property owner that's been waiting for 17 years, I think it would be appropriate that we
unfortunately can't give
small concession.
We can't
I'll
give
start my
concessions.
time.
Let me just say that some of the people who had longer times other people gave up their time for that. So we unfortunately have to stick.
Actually, I noted down, and I don't mean to interrupt because I'm not there, so I apologize. But I noted that a few of those people did give up their time and still went up to speak. So I think there needs to be a little justification for that.
No,
Okay.
that didn't happen. I don't want you to lose your time, though. I would, you should continue,
I'm going to start
please.
my timer. I'm going to start my timer right now. So I took notes on all of this, and it's fantastic. I live at the bottom of this hill, at the corner of Hasbeth and Cumberland. I am a civil engineering contractor. The notes that I took down, I assessed this property to be about 287,930 square feet. Of that, not even 2% of this entire property is being used. The next item that I'd like to talk about is the fire access. I wanted to address that. If there are concerns about fire or fire access, this improvement, this home, will not just allow for the fire department to have access to this property and be able to turn around safely, but it'll also allow for the upper portion to be accessed by the fire department with a stairway that's over 4 feet from what I could see in the picture. The view of the saddle or anything to do with the saddle or the knoll, I want to make a very simple statement so that we can all be very open-minded about this. I looked at a 3D aerial of all the knolls in the area. I don't know if you guys realize, but every knoll adjacent to this property is completely covered with homes. So to that extent, for someone to even bring up that it shouldn't have even been in the knoll 17 years ago, I think that was a blatant disregard for someone's ability to build, having all these other properties on 1680 Larco, 1682 Larco, every single home on Glenmont Drive adjacent to this property to the east. It just seems a little infallible to believe that would justify not moving forward on this property. If I lived at 1656 Hasbeth, which is the third house up, this is the fourth property, but the third house up on that private drive, I would beg the person above me to not put their house looking over onto my backyard. So aside from the geological concerns, I believe she's being very prudent, and she's creating that privacy, not just for the neighbors below, but for the neighbors around her. I have personally gone up there I have looked at all the story polling. I don't know if anybody has looked at the story polling. I don't see any interrupted views from any angle, to be honest with you. I don't see an interrupted view by any means of the tram as it nestles right along the hillside. There was a concern or a question in regards to access to the construction of the home. It would be the same hiking walkway, but wider for the equipment to go up and down on. It is not extreme. Equipment can easily go up and down, and the problem there would be if there was access
if you could
to
wrap
the
it
top,
up.
you wouldn't be able to turn around at the top.
Okay.
The last things that I want to mention is just in regards to the easement. The easement has been resolved legally. I understand
Okay, your time is up. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to ask you for 1 minute.
No, I'm
1
sorry.
minute, that's all I'm gonna ask.
I apologize,
Just like
but
you gave to
your
the-
time
the
is up.
attorney, I'm going to ask for 1 minute, please.
Your time is up. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
I understand that, but I'm asking for the same concession that you gave the attorney, so I'm going to ask you for 1 minute so that we can have at least
Sir,
somewhat of fairness.
I apologize. The attorney was granted additional time because people gave up their time to him, and
But
we
on
have a
top
record.
of that, you gave him 1 more minute.
Thank you. Charlie Foley. Charlie Foley, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Charlie Foley.
Gone to sleep.
Charlie Foley. Please call back if you'd like to speak. Thank you. Joe Nalbadian. Joe Nalbadian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
For your time. I will keep this short. Aside from the safety concerns that everybody has set forth for Glenmont Drive, I'm not going to get into that. I'm the last house on Glenmont Drive. As far as the last caller's position that the privacy of this knoll hides the project from view is absolutely false. Everybody on Glenmont Drive actually has a front row seat to the tram and the structure and the garage, both structures. I actually see it from every window in my living area. And the tram is commercial in nature. It should not be allowed. And in fact, it's going to disturb the peace in our neighborhood. And it's something you'd see at either Disneyland or the Getty Museum. So I don't think the design fits here. I don't think it's something that should be approved just based on pure design. And that's it for my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Anderson. Richard Anderson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Richard Anderson. Richard Anderson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Okay, we have no other callers, and
Okay.
with that, are there any other speaker cards? And would you?
No, that's all.
I will be writing down exactly which speakers gave up, so if anyone would like to check the meeting minutes, that will be listed, actually.
Okay.
No.
So now, with that said, we'll close public comment.
Actually, a
or-
rebuttal.
Oh, rebuttal. Sorry about that.
3 minute rebuttal.
3 minute.
It's a 3-minute rebuttal.
Just to quickly reiterate over a couple of items. One, we are not touching the easement beyond our property line, as it is shown on all of our proposed design work.
Villia.
We have one other caller who's calling
I
in.
think
and
she's already closed the public version. I mean, we can't have this.
I know, because that's why, with the rebuttal, it's, okay, nope, it is. All right, I apologize for.
No problem.
For interrupting your.
The other was the connection between the residence and the garage, and whether fire department had a chance to weigh in on it. Yes, the stairway is, again, a requirement by fire department, and that's how it's connected. Lastly, it was regarding the stability of the Glenmont, and the whole surrounding area due to our grading work. Again, because of the fact that we are filling the canyon, we are strengthening and stabilizing the surrounding slopes, not the other way around. Was there anything else? I believe those were the items.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're officially closing the public hearing, and I'll open it up for deliberation. Would anybody like to start?
Madam Chair Pro Tem,
okay.
if I can speak, I just want to make, I
Okay.
was just thinking about this, Mike, and I would like to make a clarification about my CEQA statement. I'm not saying doing an initial study would be redundant. But all I'm just saying, the previous M&D mitigation only requires the applicant to comply with the conditions that were in the geotechnical study, which basically what I'm trying to say is they would have to do that as part of the grading permit anyways. So as a result, mitigation is not really necessary. So please, when I just say they would have to do this again, I'm not trying to say I don't want to do this because it would be redundant. What I'm trying to say is their mitigation that was incorporated is something they have to do during the grading permit in building plan check anyway. So I just kind of want to just state that and
Thank you for the
not give the impression
clarification.
that it's just something that was being redundant, that's all.
I see, thank you. Okay, and I'll open it up for deliberation. Who would like to?
I'll go first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for bearing with us until 10:30 at night. It's been a while since we've spoken this late. As late as it is, I'm going to try to keep things concise and short, just so we don't go past 11, hopefully. This case has been around for many, many years. Once you came up, I recognized the face, and I remember the council hearings way back when, and it's been around forever. As one caller indicated, 287,000 square feet, 6.5 acres. So at some point, we are going to develop this urban infill lot, which is 6.5 acres. And what's being proposed is a single residence, not utilizing some of the newer SB9 methodologies, et cetera, the lot splits, whatnot. It's just a good old-fashioned one home on 6.5 acres. And so I don't particularly have an issue with a house being built on the property. I think that's obvious. In regards to the surrounding context, this part of Glendale with the numerous ridges, everyone is in each other's business. And what I mean by that is you could see every home from the street above. And so when I even go hiking up in those areas or across, you could just see everyone's home and everything is visible from one another. It's just the way the canyon is in this area. And so a house, no matter where you put a house on this lot, it will be visible. But that's fine because this proposed home will look at all the other homes, and that's just the way it is. In regards to the easement, the court has already opined on it. That's beyond the preview of this, board anyways. But as staff has indicated, based on comments from different departments, et cetera, we believe that the 10-foot is adequate to enter the lot. In regards to some of the pictures that were illustrated, everything on the right side anyways is part of the easement, and it looks like railroad ties that were just put in there over the years, and it's not stable to begin with. And so none of that is really an issue in my thought process as far as, approaching the design of this house. As for site planning and orientation, I had a lot of questions, and I thank you for the design team for bearing with me because it is complicated. There's a lot going on. And as the geotechnical engineer has pointed out, the deepest fill is over by the hammerhead in that area. And so everything else has a very shallow bedrock. Based on some of the history, I could tell that the architect and the owner have moved this house several times, and now they've chosen to put an area that they deem somewhat desirable from previous hearings, somewhat desirable from their point of view, which is a little more secluded. And they're willing to sacrifice access to have that seclusion on their 6.5 acres. And albeit some of us might, have different ideas, but it is the property owner's right to choose to put a house on 6.5 acres in an area that is more secluded. Now, the question comes is how much extra grading is being created in placing the house there, and if that's justifiable from a site planning point of view. And that is a hard one to answer, but I would say overall, I think the lot should be built. Overall, as I've indicated, the whole access thing is not even part of my discussion. I don't particularly have an issue with the tram. If that's what they've chosen, I don't have a particular issue with it. We have approved homes that are upslope, that have required stairs in the past, and this does too. It just happens to have longer stairs. And so there's really, and now in regards to the design, when I'm looking at the design, it's actually very well executed in regards to the language of the design, the proportionality of the windows, the overhangs, the way the house kind of relates to itself. But we've spent so much time talking about the access to it that we haven't even discussed the issue at hand. And that's what we told me to talk about. And so I actually do think it is well designed. I think the materials, et cetera, are well suited. And am I ready to approve the project this evening? I'd like to hear some of my board members' opinions, but in general, I don't particularly have an issue with where it's placed because it's 6.5 acres. If it was 1 acre, I would, but it's really a big lot. And I'm not sure how much of the grading will change if we move the home from the top area to the garage area, because they're still going to have to fill the hammerhead area. And so I would imagine that 3,500 cubic yards of cut would get maybe split in half. Maybe we'd be saving 1,700 square feet of cut. But there's only 500 cubic yards of export, and maybe there wouldn't be an export at that point, or maybe there would have to be an import, which is that's not desirable either. And so I would look to see what comes out of the deliberation, but overall it's well designed, and as I said, I don't have a particular with the language. And if the board feels strongly saying, well, let's approve it, but move it down, then the question becomes, are we ready to do that this evening, or does it need to come back? But if it is coming back, it's got to be really specific, I think, because we don't want to go through this entire discussion again to get to that point. Yes. But I would say if I'm leaning more towards an approval than a return for redesign. I think it's well thought out, and I do think we could, with conditions, move this along and let the system handle itself with any appeals that may be coming. Who knows? I would imagine there may be some. Right. So those are my thoughts, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Walsh, would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I struggled with the exact same things. From a design perspective, I think it's very nicely done. I think it's, not a very overscaled property, so from a pure design perspective, I really have no issue. It's really about the site planning and the amount of grading that you're talking about doing, especially because, this is, it's not on the exact top of the knoll, but it is still kind of on the ridge line, And that's, I think, the concern I have is that it's still a prominent location, and it's requiring an excessive amount of grading to get there. And frankly, I mean, no offense, but I'm really kind of scratching my head about why you choose to locate it there, because it's so restrictive. You know, if you want a pool, you can't have a pool up there. There's no way you'd be able to put a pool in that location. So, you know, you could maybe do a pool lower down on the site, but then it'd be way away from the house, you know, and that doesn't really make sense. So this is why this is a difficult case for me to adjudicate on, because I just, you know, blown away by the amount of grading that's being requested here for what is really a very modest house. And so I'm just torn a bit, you know. I think the amount of grading that's required is too much, to be honest. But at the same time, you know, I agree. It's probably not a horrible location, you know, being in the saddle. It's not on the absolute peak. To answer, you know, some of the comments that had come up about, you know, houses on top of the hills all around. I mean, this is why the city of Glendale passed the hillside ordinance, so we didn't have houses, you know, crowded across the top of the hills. You know, the city decided that was not an appropriate way to design. So this is one of those cases where it's borderline, you know, it's borderline whether it's within the keeping and the spirit of the hillside ordinance or not. So I'm with you. You know, I think my preference would probably be to try to have it relocated within the site plan. I agree. I'm fine with the house being built here. I think that's, you know, the property owner has absolute right to build something here. It's just the grading that's really out of scale to what's being asked for. So those are my thoughts. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Adele, 17 years ago, I was in middle school. So it's been a crazy process, I expect, for you. So I just wanted to say, overall, I think the house design is really nice. I think you all have done a great job with everything here. And I do agree, you know, it is, you know, a little bit rough, you know, to have like, you know, a stairway there and then you're gonna have the tram. But, you know, but it's your house at the end of the day, and if that's what you want, that's what you want. And I think that over the past 17 years, you know, they have been trying to pick and choose like different areas where they wanted to build this house. So it's not like it's the first and only option. There's been multiple options that have been brought up to the board, to city council, to wherever it is. I'm leaning to approve this property because I want to see your house built. So I do like it, and I do support it.
Thank you. And I concur. I do want to see this move forward for you. It is a modest sized house on a gigantic lot, but the grading is extreme. And so I think I like the idea. I know that you've moved your house so much, but if it was at the garage location, I do think it would significantly reduce the amount of grading. And I'd be even willing to, I mean, I want this to be approved. I don't want it to have to be prolonged. So I was considering personally approval with the condition of moving the home to the garage with the intent of reducing the amount of grading. I don't know how you all feel about that as a path forward. I would love to hear.
Well, would Board Member Walsh, is that something that?
The hearing's closed.
From my perspective, I don't even think it has to go all the way down to the level of the garage. You know, I think it could be you know, just dropped a little bit from its current location, you know, so that it's not so prominent on that ridge line, and might just be enough to mitigate the need for a tram, you know, which, you know, I'm of a mind that I'm not so opposed to a tram. I think it's kind of, you know, odd that it's needed, you know, but I agree, it probably is needed because of the height differential that we're talking about here. But if there's a way that it could be brought down to a level that it's maybe not necessary or a much shorter run, you know, then that might be appropriate.
and I just think in terms of the tram, though, it is a nice natural canyon, and I think for everyone there, it just would be more pleasant if it was, and if it could be avoided and reduce grading, it seems like a positive path forward.
Chair Lockeroff?
Yes.
Apologies for interrupting.
Oh, no.
However,
yes.
If the board is so inclined to consider relocating the house from the saddle to the location of the garage, I believe there's some significant concerns that the engineer
Okay.
has regarding the grading, and that it would not be eliminating the grading as
Okay.
discussed, if that is the intention of the board. So normally I would not advocate to reopen the hearing. Obviously, I would not advocate that.
We have to.
However,
Okay.
if that is the intention of the board to include that, to have that condition,
Right.
I think it behooves us to hear what the
understand.
engineer has to say.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to weigh in and mention that by moving the residents to the garage area, then true, you're eliminating a lot of earthwork, but that earthwork, if you recall, is the cut that we need to fill to get to the garage and build the access road. So that elimination doesn't really reduce the amount of earthwork. If anything, then we'll be about, I dare to say, 1,700 cubic yard of import that we got to bring dirt in. Okay. That's all for your consideration.
And, sir?
Yes.
And there was another hybrid idea brought forward, which is moving the house a bit down, not all the way down to the garage, but maybe until the second run of the stairs. No, I'm talking about from engineering point.
From engineering standpoint, you lose the opportunity that you have in that saddle. If you bring it down, then there is no more saddle.
Then you're all in piles.
Then you're all in cut, and then we got to create a saddle. So I got to cut everything from the point that you're referring to up to the saddle to create another path.
Understood.
One of the things that surprised us about the design at the saddle was that the retaining walls to create the pad are actually quite low, surprisingly low. I can't remember the numbers. I think if it moved down, it would probably change some height relationships and maybe add some walls.
That's interesting. We haven't even talked about that.
Well, all the retaining walls have a 5 feet exposure.
Mr. Pott, that's this amoeba shaped, that's the retaining wall that's creating kind of the opportunity to create that flatness. I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Sorry.
And so I was looking for this kind of collaboration, and I know you still have to chime in with, with your thoughts. And as I was speaking, and I said, by moving it down, we still got to fill the hammerhead, in which case now we're going to have to bring soil in. And I got to say, one of the most disruptive things in a neighborhood, especially with narrow streets, is taking soil out and bringing soil in. And if you got to take out only 500 versus bringing in 1,700, that's a lot more trucks coming in with dirt.
Right.
And so I'm glad that you did open the hearing for me to hear that. And so that, and in light of some of the walls that we're talking about, and I'm seeing it now, I could see kind of why they're choosing this location. It's not an easy decision, but I could see it. And so I would say, if the question is moving it a little bit farther down or keeping it as is, I'm probably more comfortable with leaving it as is where it is, based on 1,700 cubic yards or 1,500 cubic yards of dirt coming in. That we need to flatten that hammerhead. Without that, fire will not approve it. So that's kind of something was kind of a fluid discussion, I guess.
Do you have any
No,
comments?
go ahead.
No,
No,
I'm sorry, it's
It was
closed.
only opened for I apologize. It was only opened for an explanation by the project engineer in terms of the viability of relocating the home to what the board was.
No, I'm sorry. It's closed right now. Thank you. Right, okay, thank you. So do you have any other thoughts on, yeah, I think for the most part, like I mentioned, I really want to see this project move forward. So I want to look forward to deliberating with you all to figure out the best path forward. I'm not personally, whether or not the tram fits the neighborhood is of concern to me, and shortening it or finding a way around that, I wish there was a way without causing this massive import that's needed that we now know. I'd say in terms of the design of the home, it is lovely. I think that it fits with the hillside nicely. I would fully support the design of this home as is. Again, I think the tram is my only concern in the import and export, and Phil, sorry, I'm a little tired. All right, yes. So I guess I'd just open it up for potential conditions.
Are we planning on adding any more conditions, or do we want to go as whatever the staff?
I must say, of all the years that I've been on this board, there has probably not been a case like this where so much clarity came out of the hearing. For me, at least, it just felt as though hearing the professionals, hearing the public, hearing the attorney, hearing staff has really helped me to understand this. I would have probably needed good 10 hours sitting with the drawings, to really understand it. But I'm comfortable enough that I understand what's happening to support it with staff's conditions, as is. And I'll be happy to make that motion. And I don't know, where that's going to go.
Okay, does anyone second?
I second that motion. Unless you all have any other conditions that you wanted to bring up.
I'm just debating the moving of the home down to the garage still. I'll be honest, that's my, but that's where I'm stuck.
Because, when we're looking at like section A5, if you just look at this section, it really is designed in a way where it nestles into the saddle.
Right.
The issue is to get to this, we have the tram and the stairs, which is the awkward part of it. But I do think where they have it placed makes sense when you're looking at the bigger evil of bringing all that soil in. So that's kind of what's, giving me some comfort in sleeping well tonight, is that section and kind of what's been said. Yeah, plus it's 11 at night, right? So that would be my motion. That's the second.
And I second the motion.
I have a motion by Board Member Simonian, a second by Board Member Casimian. This will be roll call. Board Member Casimian?
Yes.
Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Welsh?
I'm honestly torn as well.
Where's Ms. Chagayan when we need her?
Well, how about this? I'll abstain.
Oh. If we both abstain, then it's not possible.
Well, I think if you
If I said
abstain,
no, then it still
wouldn't it?
passes. Okay. Yeah.
Is that not
Is
correct?
that possible? Okay.
Sure.
I think I Yeah, I don't want to deny it, but
I don't want to deny it.
I
You
don't-
know,
I
17
really
years
don't.
is a very long time.
at
I
all.
appreciate it.
I want to see it move
you know,
forward, but I think
yeah, so-
I'll abstain. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that final?
I'm sorry, did you just say you abstain, or are you saying no?
Oh, gotcha. I can't abstain.
We really can't.
I
We need to have
apologize. Okay. Well, either way, I'll say yes because I want to see it move forward, ultimately.
Motion
I'm
carries
sorry.
3.
So.
3 yeses, 1
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn at 10:54.